of all, I come from a long line of tricks and hoes. Yes, what's the eyebrow thing? I come from a long line of hoes. I'm not the first one, maybe in this generation, but it go all the way back to slavery time. And before then, with the Egyptians and the Moors, a long line of selling pussy. I'm not the first one. My auntie, my mama don't like me saying her name in my interviews. Grandmama, great-grandmama, great-great-great-grandmama.
So was any of them in a $40 line?
$40.
All right, what's going on, y'all? Shout outs to everybody here. We are in the building. What's up with everybody? We are off air, kicking it. Hold on, let me see if I can find something. I had something I wanted to show y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. You know what came up from the last show? Howard Dean, the dude that was like, Pyaw! He was like, Pyaw! That dude is funny. All right, we're running good time. 10 minutes in already. I wanted to find this clip, but Lord have mercy, I can't find it. Hold on, y'all. I want to show y'all this. Shout outs to Yalem Stacy. He's been doing a really good job covering this Tupac trial. So as you guys know, they quote unquote arrested an affiliate. They're kind of, I guess this is probably a detective's dream, solving the Tupac case. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna lie, you just automatically gonna go down in history. But anyway, Keefe D was basically snitching on himself. Self snitching at his finest. Obviously the Snell. Hold on. So the self snitchery is not relegated to young people. It's old cats self snitching also. You did? Actually, talking about that, shout outs to Bronze. I actually have a clip, right? Where it's like a bunch of people on a radio station. Let me, you know what? While I do tonight's show, I'm about to edit. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, support tonight's show, contribute to tonight's show. I have a clip where is I don't know what radio show it was, but they were talking about it, and they were talking about Diddy's like hiding or something or whatever, and they were like, recently he started giving people back their publishing, and he's like trying to clean up his image and all this other stuff. I don't know, and then it's crazy because I think he's putting out music. I think I saw like 2 songs. I think he got a project coming out. So I'm like, damn, he's still rapping. And I seen him performing and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, okay. That's weird. That's different. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So they like, oh, he trying to clean up his image and whatnot. So they're saying that some of them charges might come down on him, or Keefe might sing, you know what I'm saying, and tell on him or something like that. I don't even know if he's even I don't even know if he even speaks to Keefe D, which is the crazy part. I gotta redo my homework on Keefe D. But Keefe D, if I'm not mistaken, is a Crip, and I think the Bad Boy Cats, I think they Crips or affiliated with the Crips. So they probably tapped in on that situation or whatever. So I don't know if a bag or something was dropped, or you know what I'm saying? I don't know. And honestly, around now or tomorrow, New details will be coming in. You know what I'm saying about the you know, I guess I don't know if he go to court today or tomorrow. I have no idea. But probably Monday. So probably day after tomorrow. Yeah. Was tomorrow for I don't know. He's going to court soon, they say. But the family I saw recently has made a statement, and a couple of people are making statements, you know. Let me play that for y'all real quick. Let me get the editing real quick while we at it. Damn, I just stopped editing, but it's like I gotta edit some more. All right, hold on, y'all.
Oh man, so yesterday, September 29th, 2023, after 27 years, an arrest has been made in the Tupac case. So Dwayne Keefy D. Davis got hemmed up and his mugshots have hit the streets. So everyone is talking about and reacting to this news. So first of all, we're going to talk about what Tupac loved ones got to say, man. We got his sister, his brother, and Mrs. Jada Pinkett Shakur. I'm just playing. Jada Pinkett Smith, she's going to speak too. And we're also going to tap into a little bit of what the detectives are saying out there in Las Vegas. Smash that like button and subscribe if you're new to the channel. There's another update with Stace. Let go. So Tupac's sister says this is no doubt a pivotal moment. The silence of the past 27 years surrounding this case has spoken loudly in our community. It's important to me that the world, the country, the justice system, and our people acknowledge the gravity of the passing of this man, my brother, my mother's son, my father's son. His life and death matters and should not go unsolved or unrecognized. So yes, today is a victory, but I will reserve judgment until all the facts and the legal proceedings are complete. There have been multiple hands involved, and there remains so much surrounding the life and death of my brother Tupac and our Shakur family overall. We are seeking real justice on all fronts. Ooh, okay. Now, if you know about that Shakur family, then you know something. From Afeni, Mutulu, Assata Shakur, you always have to think twice when it comes to anything surrounding this family right here. Now, speaking of Mutulu, let's go ahead and tap in with his son, Mopreme. Mopreme Shakur reacted to the news of Keefy D being arrested for the murder of his stepbrother.
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet for a number of reasons. The time, of course, 27 years. And it didn't have to be this way. You know, it didn't have to happen at all. You know, I hate even have to live with the reality that my brother's not here.
Exactly.
You know,
so what does justice look like for you and your family?
I mean, justice is accountability. That's the sweet part. It's bittersweet, but you know, some form of accountability and brace. I'm bracing for, because it ain't over. You know, we have yet to see. You know, we still got to see if there's accomplices. And we still got to see the motive.
Has the Vegas PD been in contact with you and your family at all during this investigation?
Finally, yeah.
Just now, or did they let you know?
Just recently. Just recently.
Okay.
But the detective that did reach out, he has since retired. So,
okay.
You know, that seems to be a pattern in Pac's case.
Okay.
There, but,
so,
you know,
did you know that Keefy D was going to be arrested today?
No. Keep your popcorn. We're still waiting for things to unfold. The universe is working. Pac is still here.
Absolutely.
So stay tuned. Stay tuned, man.
Listen, this family knows that there's more to the story. Even if it's not a super big conspiracy, there are some rumors about a big fish that comes from Harlem. And y'all know what I'm talking about. But let's keep it pushing. Now, Jada Pinkett Smith says this right here. Now I hope we can get some answers and have some closure. Rest in peace, Pac. But people are reacting to what she's saying, dog. This person right here says she finna throw a little something on the grill. Will is sharing his woman with a spirit. She don't play about her man. But Buddy right here stepped in to be a voice of reason, saying, leave her alone, y'all. Pac and Jada go way back before most of y'all were even born. That was her ace. They had a mutual love and respect for each other. To the people attacking her character and family, go and touch grass, pray and heal. One day y'all might find a real one you can represent eternally. Shouts out to Will too. All right, I'm done. All right, so that's what these folks got going on, man. Now let's tap into what the Las Vegas PD is talking about, man.
Little did anyone know that it is this incident right here that would ultimately lead to the retaliatory shooting and death of Tupac Shakur. Following this incident, Tupac and Suge Knight both left the MGM to make their way to a post-fight party, which was to occur at a local nightclub. At the same time, word had spread amongst members of the Southside Compton Crips of what had occurred inside the MGM. And then that's when Dwayne Davis began to devise a plan to obtain a firearm and retaliate against Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur for what occurred inside the hotel against Mr. Anderson. After Davis obtained a gun, he entered into a white Cadillac along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Based on our investigation, this is where we know they were seated. At some point in time, as they were in the white Cadillac, Mr. Davis took the gun that he had obtained and provided it to the passengers in the rear seat of the vehicle. As they were driving west on Flamingo Road near Koval, they located the black BMW, which was driven by Suge Knight, and in the passenger seat was Tupac Shakur. And as they turned around, they pulled up near the passenger side of that vehicle and immediately began shooting at Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur. Following that shooting, the white Cadillac fled the area southbound on Koval. And after our officers arrived on scene, Tupac was later transported to the University Medical Center, where he was treated medically and died approximately 6 days later on September 13th. My homicide section handled this investigation from its onset and for a short amount of time. And within a short amount of time, what we knew was that we were working a gang investigation where our victims, our witnesses, and our suspects were all from Southern California and not local to Las Vegas. Within the first few months of the investigation, our detectives knew most of the information I just briefed you on. However, we never had the necessary evidence to bring this case forward and present it for criminal charges. As time went on, this case had been reviewed multiple times by different investigators assigned to my section, but it wasn't until 2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Dwayne Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets. In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge. It was at that time that this case was assigned to Cliff Mogg, a detective within my homicide section. And over the last 5 years, my section worked closely hand in hand with the Clark County District Attorney's Office and followed a systematic investigative plan over the last 5 years. We've conducted countless interviews and corroborated numerous facts that were not only consistent with the crime scene on the night of the incident, but also corroborated and were consistent with the sequence of events that night. This ultimately led to us procuring a search warrant, which was executed at Mr. Davis's residence in Henderson, Nevada. And following the execution of that search warrant, in close coordination with the District Attorney's Office, this case was presented to the grand jury, which ultimately led to Davis being indicted on charges of murder.
Hey, straight simple like that, bro. Keefy D had the audacity to continue self-snitching for years over and over again, playing in these people's faces, thinking that his proffer deal that he got in LA gave him some type of immunity. Nah, my boy, your ass is grass. Now, as far as Las Vegas PD, they got the man that they're looking for. They want to put a button on his case. But the FBI, once again, they don't have their guy. The guy that they want is a little too elusive, and I don't think he's going to go down for this, man. One of the main pieces that ties him to the situation is no longer breathing. So as of now, that guy from Harlem may be safe. But let me know what y'all think in the comment section below. I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here, though. This has been another update with Stace. Yo.
All right, that's interesting. Hold on, let me hold on. Hold on. I don't know why it's playing this, but okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Shout outs to Tech Rail in the building. Yeah, Keefe D, I guess his conscience was what's going on, Link? I guess his conscience was was messing with him, and yeah, somebody said he had cancer, and that's why he started confessing to a lot of stuff. But then they said that he didn't realize that they can treat and contain it or whatever. So now somebody was like, he's gonna be alive for a sentence. I'm like, damn. Let me see if I can find this though. I was looking at something where people were asking him questions, and he was like, "Hey, you trying to get me locked up?" Or he was so happy to say that he was there. You know what I'm saying? When it happened, and then let me see what this guy says. He be tripping though. Somebody said that he said Tupac was break dancing. Take with that. Take whatever what you will with it. Hold on. Let me do this. This is sad though. But yeah, Orlando, I believe, is the shooter, not Keefe. Shouts to Tampa in the building. That is true. Give me 1 second.
In the world of hip hop and unsolved mysteries, one name stands out to me: Keefe D. Now, in this video, we're deep diving into Keefe D, the man who the world claims is responsible for Tupac Shakur dying. It's so bad that Keefe D said that Tupac Shakur was.
Now, hold on. I'll run that back. He also said that he handed the pistol to Orlando, but he handed the pistol to Orlando, but he also said that he provided the gun and he threw it in the backseat. He said he threw the gun in the backseat. Basically, not trying to say he passed it to Orlando. But the thing is that he had to deal with the feds because they know he was in the car. And I guess him answering certain questions broke what deal he had with them. So you know what time it is. Let's go.
Responsible for Tupac Shakur dying. It's so bad that Keefe D said that Tupac Shakur was breakdancing just moments before his tragic shooting.
It looked like, he was trying to jump in the back seat or something. He was like breakdancing or some shit. It looked like, he was trying to jump in the back seat or something. He was like breakdancing or some shit.
Now, this story has left all of us wondering who was Keefe D and what part did he play in Tupac Shakur's passing. Now, Keefe D dropped a bombshell when he claimed that Tupac was breakdancing when he got shot. Now, was this a good taunt, or was this information just what the Las Vegas Police Department needed to actually get him indicted? So long story short, Keefe D, damn near 27 years ago, him, Orlando Anderson, and two more people in the car shot Tupac Shakur. Everybody knows that.
Now, see, this is weird because I was going to show y'all this the other day. Orlando Anderson's, and I talked about this on the last show, he's in the back passenger side. And you don't want to fire a gun in the car. Everybody about to be deaf. he got to lean over, what's his name, DeAndre Smith, and shoot. So now that I see where everybody is, could DeAndre be the killer? I mean, look where the bullets were in the car. So let's see if that shows. Yeah, he said break dancing.
That everybody wanted to know this proffer agreement that Keefe D was allegedly given. So basically, Keefe D got off scot-free until the investigation of Biggie Smalls was reopened in mid-2000s, which ultimately led to the re-examination of Tupac's case. Now, during the investigation, Keefe D cooperated with the authorities. He was given a proffer agreement, meaning that he cannot be charged with the crime based on any incriminating statements during this particular investigation, during this particular interview that he gave back in 2009. After that, like I said, he was given a proffer agreement, not an immunity, a proffer agreement. Right after that, Keefe D released the book, and he gave up too much information, and he pretty much implicated himself in that Tupac shooting. Now, he wasn't granted a complete immunity. He was only granted the immunity that the interview he did with Greg Caden was during the investigation for the LAPD and the Biggie and Tupac's murders. It was a Queen for a Day agreement. Now, my understanding is that they couldn't use his words against him in the future for those specific meetings with Caden, but he couldn't go around bragging or admitting to the crime publicly after that. That's where Keefe D messed up. Now, in his book, Keefe D said this. He says, I sang because they promised I would not be prosecuted. Now, Greg Caden, who actually gave the interview to Keefe D, he speaks out about the proffer and how pretty much Keefe D was on the clock to get arrested again. And he was still running around giving interviews, getting paid for interviews, and going about it like that.
And the proffer agreement was just that he could not be prosecuted by any incriminating statements that he made to you, correct?
100%. They are absolutely not protected by our proffer agreement. The only statements that are protected by our proffer agreement is when he sat down with us. If anything he says outside of that are his own self-incriminating statements.
Everybody wants to see the indictment for Keefe D. Here it is right here, you guys. Now it says the defendant above, Dwayne Keith Davis, accused by the Clark County grand jury of the crimes of murder with the use of a deadly weapon with the intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang. Now, what that basically means is it's a gang enhancement. So just long story short, it intensifies his charges because they did it for the Southside Crips. And in this indictment, it shows the people were in the car, and it says that Keefe D pretty much provided the weapon, and he gave the say-so because he was, quote-unquote, a shot caller between those four in the Southside Crips. Everybody wants to know. Everybody's pointing fingers, saying who was responsible for Keefe D actually getting jammed up. Some people say it was himself. Some people say it was Diddy. Some people are saying it was Vlad or just other interview platforms. Now, Wack 100, who I like to say is connected, at least in the industry on the West Coast, he was on Clubhouse, and he's saying a completely different story. Vlad said that he never gave any information to the Las Vegas Police Department, but according to Wack 100, he's saying that Vlad is talking. Listen.
Man, I told you they was going to pick Keefe D up. He gonna sit in there, he gonna try to tell on Puff to get out of jail. It ain't gonna work.
That's what we said. We said he gonna try to bring that up.
He gonna try to tell on Puff to get out of jail. It ain't gonna work because unless he got, it was always a buffer between them, and the buffer dead. He never really dealt directly with Puff. It was somebody between them. But even with Keefe D, I think if we go to trial, he's gonna beat it. The nigga Vlad was working directly with him, and he cooperated.
He said he did not.
He cooperated.
But he already gave him the fucking tape.
Hey,
You already put the interview out.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know how these niggas play.
Yeah.
But I play how you supposed to play. He cooperated. Because they got to prove he wasn't just lying. Because he going to say, I got paid to say these things. That's what he going to say.
Damn, rock with ginseng.
And
That's crazy.
that he got immunity from, who he told the truth to in LA, they can't call them to testify because of immunity. They would be the only ones that can say, nah, he admitted woo to woo, but they can't do it because of the immunity deal. Okay, I got homies with badges from my neighborhood. We need them in there. I don't know about these other niggas. They can talk the dumb shit. They talk, that's cool. Flag was working with the police. They paid the nigga Keefy D for his interviews and all that. The nigga whole questioning was designed for the police. This is a fact.
Shit. Yo,
I told you that.
Damn.
What you guys think? Me personally, I don't know. I highly doubt Vlad would do it. That messes up his business at the end of the day. Remember, people come to Vlad and give interviews and give precise information and a lot of detailing information about their past, criminal history, and things like that. It would be bad and would mess up Vlad's money if the word came back that he's giving out information to the police department, which he doesn't have to do. Now, it's been 27 years. Tupac's friends and family spoke out. His brother, his sister, and also his little lady, Jada Pinkett. Now, if you guys don't know, Jada Pinkett rides or dies for Tupac. But the sister said this. She said this on her Instagram with the picture. She says, "This is no doubt a pivotal moment. The silence of the past 27 years surrounding this case has spoken loudly in our community. It is important to me that the world, the country, the justice system, and our people acknowledge the gravity of the passing of this man, my brother, my mother's son, my father's son. His life and death matters and should not go unsolved or unrecognized. So yes, today is a victory, but I will reserve judgment until all of the facts and legal proceedings are complete. There have been multiple hands involved, and there remains so much surrounding the life and death of my brother Tupac and our Shakur family overall. We are seeking real justice on all fourths." Now, Tupac's brother, Mo Preem, Shakur, he went to his page and he did a little mini interview and he said this.
Your initial reaction to Keefy D being arrested?
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet for a number of reasons. The time, of course, 27 years. And it didn't have to be this way. You know, it didn't have to happen at all. You know, I hate even have to live with the reality that my brother's not here.
Exactly.
You know,
so what does justice look like for you and your family?
I mean, justice is accountability. That's the sweet part. It's bittersweet, but you know, some form of accountability and brace. I'm bracing for, because it ain't over. You know, we have yet to see. You know, we still got to see if there's accomplices. And we still got to see the motive.
Has the Vegas PD been in contact with you and your family at all during this investigation?
Finally, yeah.
Just now, or did they let you know?
Just recently. Okay. But the detective that did reach out, he has since retired. So,
okay,
you know, that's seems to be.
Now, Jada Pinkett Smith, she went to her Instagram page and she said this. She says, "Now I hope we can get answers and have the same closure."
My bad, y'all. I'm back here sneezing my ass off. All right, yeah, man. So that's what it is. I mean, we just gonna wait and see if Broski gonna tell some more, because he he back in the feds or whoever grabbed him. You know what I'm saying? He already got to deal with them. So maybe more information gonna come out. But I mean, honestly, at this point, it's like on some King Von shit. You know what I'm saying? He's did, you know, you can blame it on somebody that's not here no more, you know, to serve their sentence. You know, you can move the story however you want, you know. It's like what I told you guys on the last show, that, you know, a lawyer could probably eat that up and just say he's being delusional, you know, he's still shook up about it, blah, blah, blah. But at this point, you know, I guess whatever goes down, if he knew that they were gonna come grab him at some point, um, he you know, he probably put away some money from them interviews that he did to really help him behind the wall or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So people, you know, especially street cats, think a lot different. Yeah, I'll take one. Shout outs to Chris G in the building. What's going on, Link? Shout outs to Tech Rail. Shout outs to Tampa. Shout outs to my brother Bronze Flat Power God. Y'all hit the like button on the way in and definitely contribute to tonight's show. So, and good evening, everybody. It can go either way, you know. Obviously, you know, some celebrities know certain things go through the grapevine. Recently, I think Jada Pinkett released a book, and in her book, she was, a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week, or probably 2 weeks by now. She was, you know, they say, oh, here she go again, disrespecting Will Smith, blah blah blah. But she was talking about Tupac and how they were singing a crisscross song, I think, or something like that. But that's an old story, so I don't think Will tripping over that. But it's crazy how that trends, and then this happens. You understand what I'm saying? It's crazy how that happens, but don't think it's a coincidence. You did? Crazy how it happens, but don't think it's a coincidence. You know, some people know. Some people, they just time it right. Like, for example, when certain things happen, all of a sudden a Vlad video pops up as either says flashback or just a video he had in the cut. Hold on, y'all. I gotta turn off this damn fan in my kitchen. But yeah, you know, it's not a surprise that, you know, certain things, you know, come out at a certain time. So that's interesting, you know, in and of itself. That's super interesting. So on the last show, we were talking about Courtney Michelle. She claims to leave the manosphere, and it's like, you were never in the manosphere, you know. The manosphere never took you in. Like, you were never in the manosphere. You were on the Lapeef network, but you weren't in the actual manosphere. You know, they claim that they're not manosphere. They use manosphere talking points and profit off of it, but they claim they're not manosphere. So I guess she took the Obsidian beef a little too personal or hard, right? And had to take a sabbatical, had to take a break. You did? And the break that she took, you know, I guess now that she's back, she's doing interviews. And the guy that interviewed her, I don't think his name is it's not. I think it's Omawale, Nigerian guy from We Need to Talk. What's going on, Raven? Shout outs to Raven in the building, brother Raven Knight in the building. Let me see. I went to his channel yesterday and it wasn't there. But let's see. Fat girls cheat the most. That's funny. And knowing what I know, there might be some truth behind that. That might be worth looking at. But I think this interview happened a minute ago. Maybe it was a live stream. Looked like it was a live stream. Ah, here it is. Oh no, that's not it. But let's check out this one. I don't think I got a chance to really see this one. Hold on, let's check this out while we're here. Y'all hit the like button. Contribute to tonight's show.
Size matters.
It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, the split. So I think the average size penis is
What's going on, Pierre?
5 inches. But if you go to sex stores, I think the average of a sex toy is like 8 inches. Girth matters. No one wants a long, thin penis that looks like it hurts. And no one wants a short, girthy penis because you're not hitting anything up there. You got the G, there is a G spot. Some women don't know it, but there is. If you don't have it, if you have a little penis, then that's when you have to learn how to use your tongue.
I don't know if this is facts.
Okay.
I heard 2 things. I heard number 1, there are multiple.
They making this more complicated than what it is. What the fuck is an A spot? What? Oh, this is weird. All right, let's see what they got to say. Hold on, y'all.
Spots. There's the G, there's the A, there's the C.
The motion of the ocean, I think, can actually be a little bit more important than the size if you don't have the size. Even if you have a nice size penis, let's say 7 to 8 inches, and the girth that works. A lot of men don't know that finger play feels great too, because you can get spots that the penis can't get. The 2 fingers that go scoop it on up and then put your finger up and do that works wonders. And women say that they can squirt when they do that. Not putting my business out there, but it's a possibility.
Now, as a lady, how long do you think a man should last in bed?
Wow, okay. If I'm sick enough, it should be 2 minutes.
Ah, madam.
2 minutes. If I'm sick enough. It's not government job now.
Not true, madam. Shout out to that young lady. I have heard, it's not verified, but I heard that she has gotten a marriage proposal since this clip went viral. So before I give my thoughts, how long, Courtney Michelle, should a man last in bed?
I mean, to be honest, I think if it's good, 10 minutes. I mean, if she has all that, great.
She's not smart enough to say 15 or 20. Anyway.
Great pussy. And she's putting it on you. She's on top riding. There's no, in our heads, we're thinking, oh, I'm about to make him obviously come. If after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I'm a riding, throwing it back, and you haven't come, I'm like, either he doesn't like it, I'm not doing something good, or what, something is wrong. A woman knows too if it's good to him and he's trying to pace himself to try to last longer. Now that's different.
It's got to be wet and it's got to be tight, correct? There is a secondary aspect.
This is such a weird conversation. I don't know why this is weird, but okay.
Aspect to the wetness. Shout out to MTR. He calls it the viscous innards. For those of you guys who don't know, the word viscosity, the state of being thick, sticky, semi-fluid in consistency due to internal friction. There are different degrees of moisture. Water wet, and then we've got viscous wet. What could boost woman B over woman A is if her wetness is more viscous versus woman A whose wetness is more watery.
I don't know if men have taken the time to really break that down. But there
No.
is
No.
and fellas, if you don't know what I'm talking about, for any men who have had the pleasure of having intercourse with a woman who's ovulating, that's what I'm talking about. When it comes to tightness, because we also talk about that, I don't think it's actually tightness. I would more so describe it as elasticity, not something that feels like a vice grip and like it's gonna bend you or whatever, but something that's hugging you, something that feels like a glove, right? So it must be able to conform and contort to you. And then the third thing, and we're just talking about physical for right now. I'm gonna get to the enthusiasm. Temperature.
So warm.
The temperature thing is tricky, right? Because if you're alive, you're warm. However, just like the wetness, just like the tightness, is different levels. You know, some people are warm natured and some people are cold natured.
Mhm.
Like you hug somebody and they feel warm. Vagina is also the same way. Some women's vaginas are jacuzzis, whereas others are just a heated pool. Now they're both nice. Again, it's levels.
So what about women with vibrators?
I hear the stuff about, like, you know, vibrator is your friend, it's not your enemy, or it's your companion, it's not your competition, right? I was at this live podcast and it was some ratchet ass shit. This lady came up and she was selling the roses. Hey y'all, I got some roses in the trunk. If you want some, you know, just holler at me, this and that. The host got on the mic and was like, does anybody have a testimony about the roses? So this young lady came. She was like, girl, I had to throw mine away. It got to the point where I could no longer be pleased by regular sex because I had gotten so accustomed to the intensity, and a man can't replicate that. Overstimulating makes one numb to human touch.
The toys that are used can be addictive. I think pornography is addictive, and it's all of pleasing yourself without having someone there. The idea of people being more lonely, being detached from reality as far as even going out and staying inside and being online for hours on end. Then that's another thing where now I don't even need a person to have an orgasm. So it's the detachment of people. I don't ever think that's a good thing. I think we need each other.
She's never mind. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Sad.
She's also a the pro-black type. You know, oh, we need to stay together. We need this, that, and third. I mean, I don't know. She was, like I said, she a loose queen in the street. She was for a while hanging with Richie Mack. You know, she was for a while hanging with Richie Mack, and I thought she was I thought she was gaining you know what I'm saying, you know, understanding as to why brothers are quote unquote getting their passports, right? Which that's cap. A lot of dudes ain't getting their passports. A lot of dudes are online talking about it, but they're not getting their actual passports, right? And like they're getting praised for going somewhere for like 1 day or two, you know. I mean, it is what it is. But what was I about to say? Yeah, now she's kind of back on the bullshit. You know, so I don't know which one of y'all sectors is gonna, you know, unless she does her own thing, because I wouldn't know what if she does her own thing, Link. I swear to God, I wouldn't know what she would do. You know what I'm saying? So some women need you know, a movement, or, you know, people to kind of latch themselves onto. If Omuwale is that guy, hey, more power to you. You know, you said I got a passport, but will I move though? No, it's not even about moving, but you can still live the lifestyle for a little bit. That shit happens all the time. You got people that say, yo, I travel for 2-3 days. I travel for 2-3 months out of the year. You know what I'm saying? And they still live. They still, it's not about moving. The passport bros to a certain degree. Because now you got people running around talking about some. It's a that they're pro-black, but they're passport bros, and it's like that makes no fucking sense. You can't be pro-black and a passport bro to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? Because the lifestyle is about it's somewhat being an expat. If you're out traveling and doing other stuff, unless you're like going to Egypt and setting up charters and all kinds of setting up programs where brothers could go to Egypt and learn about Kemet and all this other shit and whatever, you know what I'm saying? You can't be pro-black in a passport, bro. It's impossible. I mean, I would consider myself pro-black. I would like everything to go well in the black community, but I'm not gonna, but I'm not a passport bro neither. So you know what? But currently, if I was to really think about it, what I'm doing right now is sort of like well, I would say I would lean more towards the digital nomad, but honestly, it's like a hop, skip, and a jump from expat. Honestly, the lifestyles are similar depending on what you're doing, but honestly, what I'm doing is basically being a digital nomad. Technically, if you want to, if we're being technical, so a travel tuber, I guess somebody could say, so if that's what you want to call it, that's what you want to call it. But saying, hey, I'm pro-black in a passport, that doesn't work. So anybody could just be a passport bro at this point. He said, Sooner Booty in Dallas. I'm here. Man, Texas got the baddies, man. Texas got the baddies. Especially Houston. I heard the baddies all up in Houston, man. But anyway, man, it's Player Talk Radio, man. Shout out to everybody here. Hit the like button on the way and contribute to tonight's show. But yeah, that's interesting. Watching them talk about, Prince said, F the black community, man. Look, I know how you feel. But we must stay focused, brothers. Oh, yeah, Longhorns. Hell yeah. I like Longhorns. That's one of my favorite restaurants. You said, I like black women, but I might got to date out. I think non-black women like me more. What type of non-black women? Just Spanish girls? Asian girls? What type? They were talking about, and it's just so weird. I ain't gonna lie, it's weird watching people kind of talk about sex ed on YouTube. That's why I kind of try not to talk about it, but then I get sucked into a conversation and end up talking about it. You did? But Courtney kind of didn't know what the hell she was talking about when she knew, but she kind of didn't. But she was right about some things, She, telling the guy what to do if he's not well endowed. Fellas, pause. If you're not well endowed and don't know what to do, learn about working your angles. Okay, in certain positions. Learn about working your angles in certain positions. All right. If you let a woman tell you what to do, you're gonna be asked out. Pun intended. All right. Learn how to work your angles and know the dynamics of a woman's body. Like what she said about the come here motion, that is true. But you don't just do that because you can scratch a bitch. You dig what I'm saying? Cut your nails first before you start fingering anything. Second of all, like they're not telling you all the real shit. A woman's G spot is usually 3 to 4 inches. Deep. All right, and you want to feel, it's going to be, you know, I mean, use your fingers, you know, feel around, you know, it's the top part of the vagina, and it's like, it's bumpy. It's like more, it's like a rough patch. You're going to see a rough patch. That's the G spot. And if you really want to be a damn demon, take your hand and apply pressure a little bit towards her lower, like right over where your hand is, like a little bit where your hand is, and kind of push down a little bit. Thank me later. But honestly, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Don't go around and be doing this with just random women. I mean, I know you want to get y'all practicing or whatever. Do that when you're in a relationship. Don't really go around doing this with random women, because you don't know how a motherfucker gonna respond or react. You know. I wish I would have got told that, but anyway. Yeah, apply pressure. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Apply pressure. You know. You did. And if you know, actually, you know what I'm saying. I'm you know, if you know what you're doing, like if you know your angles and you know how to do that, man, you straight. Don't eat a damn thing. Do not eat a damn thing. Don't eat shit. And till further notice, till 2030. Don't even think about it. All right. Don't let her put her hand behind your head. Don't do none of that. Shit. He said, what if you like dining? Eat some food. Eat some scallops. You know, if you want to slurp on something, eat some scallops or a fucking clam or some shit. Go find a clam or some shit. You're safer eating a squid or some shit. Go find a clam. You dig? Don't eat a damn thing. Don't even kiss shit. Don't kiss. Like, when the last time you actually really kissed somebody? Like, I don't know where your mouth been. Do not kiss. Yeah, no munch. Don't be a munch. You know? Let Princella or whoever do that. If she start asking you to do that, be like, well, I think we need to go poly. We need somebody that's going to munch on you so I could cheer her on. You know? Don't listen. Listen. Pause. You know? I'm giving y'all the handbook. I'm giving y'all the cheat code. Damn, you need somebody to do what? Damn, look like we're gonna have to just we're gonna need another chick. We're gonna need another girl, man. You know? It was like, nah, baby girl, I'm not kissing you. You listen to Suki Hana. You know, you listen to Sexy Red. You know? They'll respect you more. You know? These girls different nowadays, and these boys different too. You know, niggas getting their salad tossed talking about some damn cannonball. Nope. 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 Don't let no bitch cannonball you. Don't let no bitch tongue punch you. Don't let no bitch not reverse cowgirl, Amazon what you call it, Amazon position you. Don't do none of that. Some of y'all niggas gonna have to go look this shit up. Chris G said, I paid for a whole last week. Tried the Mackin thing. Didn't work. Listen, when you are talking to women, and all right, let me give y'all the game. If you are talking to women and you are not a Mac or a player, even if you are a Mac or a player, you know, don't announce it. I mean, some cats can. Some cats got the confidence to announce it. You know, that's just a nigga that got tired of his circle and just like, look, this is what I am. You know, shit'll get off the pot. That's them niggas. You know, some Macs announce it. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie, but what I'm saying is, even if you're a player or whatever the hell you call yourself, just talk to them regular. You know, you don't have to be like, ha ha, baby, what's up? Ha ha ha. You don't gotta do none of that. Just be like a normal person. Yo, what's up? Okay, what we doing? How we like honestly, obviously you should have game, but you should have the ability to charm and disarm, and it should go undetected because at the end of the day, y'all squares, right? Linking up, So it does. I don't know. I don't know because see, a lot of dudes be like, "Oh, I got to be the super player. I got to lick my lips 15 times and do all of this stuff," and it's like, nah, man, you gotta relax. You gotta relax. Number one, and treat her like a human being because she should be treating you like a human being also. What's up? What's your name? How you doing? My name is such and such. Extend your hand. Establish touch. Like this is all second nature. You introduce yourself to somebody. You extend your hand. And just for whatever reason, when a woman shakes her hand, give her a firm shake, like you almost shaking a nigga's hand. Apply a little bit of pressure while you shake her hand, some muscles. That's some sexual shit right there, man. I can tell y'all how to do all this shit. When you shake her hand, have a little bit of grip to you, so she know you be gripping shit. Women are freaks, and they tell y'all this. They freaks. Ooh, I like the way he moves his hips. Guess why? Because she's trying to see if you can stroke. What would a stroke be like? Oh, damn, he shook my hand, but damn, he got a little bit of firm grip. And they'll compliment you on it. They'll say something on it. Don't hurt the bitch, but grip. Because you might be gripping something else at the end of the night. The bitches be thinking like that. Oh, damn, he gripped the bitch hand. Oh, damn, okay. I'm going to let him grip something else. Her neck, hips, ass. I don't know why dating is like, not you, Chris G. I'm saying in general. I don't know why it's a big deal to people. Talk to somebody. Establish touch. Seduce them. Not even seduce. Just be regular. You don't even have to seduce. All you got to do is say hi. A lot of women will do the rest. And that's been happening. That's why they feel that they're independent in a lot of cases. Women talk to shy dudes too. You meet somebody else, do the same thing, but maybe a little bit different. Meet somebody else, same thing. Meet a new chick. Oh, guess what? Same thing. You gotta get them on your page, man. Get them on your program. What you got going on? Because they sure as hell gonna get you on their program. You know? I don't even understand why dudes in the space don't even tell y'all, like, they just tell y'all to get straight to tricking. But honestly, I would tell y'all, if you're gonna be a square guy or you're gonna be tricking, you might as well. I mean, I don't know why people are like so busy. You might as well take the girl on a little date, go get some food or whatever, and then try to hit and not hit, instead of just in a lot of cases, instead of just being flat out tricking. You know what I'm saying? Make sure on a date you would spend less money than what you would do if you were to outright pay. Or be bold. Just be like, yo, this is what I'm trying to do. And if she say pay, well, I don't know. I don't know how I would handle a situation like that. But what I'm saying is, what you want to do is, at least get around the chick, because some of y'all be paying for your own robbery and all kinds of stuff. Y'all be paying for all kinds of stuff. Damn, I ran across a quote not too long ago that literally, because I was talking about this not too long ago, and I ran across a quote that literally, covered what I was talking about. Hold on, y'all. Well, I don't know if I can find it. I got a lot of work to do, but yeah, I can't find it. But yeah, man. No, you good, Chris G. I mean, I understand if you look, y'all gotta, either consult with me or hit me up so I can get y'all mind right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all like and support tonight's show. Contribute to tonight's show. I'm gonna tell you something. If a dude say, yo, I was going through a big dry spell and I just needed to get something out of my system. Yeah, as much as I would say, yeah, just go date. But if you got a trick to get out of a dry spell, that makes a little bit more sense. But don't try to justify it for everything. Like if you going through a dry spell and you like, man, I could use a little company, or recently I saw something that I like, and she might be for sale. And all right, let me, but don't make that a fucking habit, because like I said, I mean, I don't expect, every guy is not a player. It's not for everybody. That's why if the game has everybody in it, but it's not for everybody. You understand what I'm saying? But and Tech Rel is right. No such thing as a dry spell. There's a way to navigate that and get through that unscathed, or whatever you feel what's going on. But like if somebody was to say it became unbearable, I ain't really getting into a nigga, sexual life like that. But I'd be like, all right, well, yeah, but don't make that I don't want y'all walking around on no blade. Y'all don't know what the fuck to do on a blade in a lot of cases. A lot of cats don't know what the fuck to do on a blade. That's why I'm trying to tell people. That's why I was arguing with them niggas last year, talking about why y'all sending these niggas to a fucking foreign blade. You know what I'm saying? You sending these people to a Brazilian blade, and you sending these people to a new country. You don't know the blade, and you don't know how people acting all up and down that blade. And then your face on that blade. They got cameras on that blade. Your goofy ass walking up and down the street on that blade. You don't speak the language. You're not home. You OT. You're not even out of town. You OC. You out the country. So walk up and down a Dominican blade and see if the cartel don't know you or whatever, and see if you don't stand out or whatever, man. Move within reason. But if that's what you were doing back home in the United States, oh man. Oh man. Not again. But that's a problem too in America, man. Trick sex, the interaction. It's a transaction. A lot of cats, they satisfied, but then again, they not satisfied, So you want to, it hits a little bit different. You want to set up a situation that you like. You don't want to get yourself in a situation where it's you gotta defend yourself butt naked or some weird shit. You want to set that shit up on your terms. Dudes are already out here getting set up. You dig? And that's how people rolling nowadays, man. Let me show y'all something. Show y'all what's going on out here. Pay attention to this woman.
This is a fat dude right now at your job that likes the shit out you right now.
Hold on. Not this one. My bad.
Oi! Massage?
No, I want this.
¿Se va a desnudar en la calle? Ay,
Saw that? I'll play it again.
No, I want this.
Oh man, I know brothers. She gonna catch them every time. Look.
No, I want this.
Making motions. You know, they know how to catch y'all. Hold on. Hold on, yo. I can't even find what I'm looking for. Hold on, yo. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't even find it. No, well, I'll run into it at some point. But yeah, man. Yeah, she for sale. You know? Yeah, if you're going through a dry spell, you should be focused on self-improving. But how the states and how they want your appetite to be set up, you know? Because your appetite becomes overwhelming. You know, brother's appetite definitely becomes overwhelming at a point in time. So, if you're a square cat, you do what you gotta, But I would like people to handle these situations a little bit more tactful. Not necessarily player, but a little bit more tactful. Squares have tact too. They got their means of getting things. Think about how regular people do stuff. Squares will outsmart hoes. There used to be a couple of cats around here. Sir Tricks a lot, and then one of them other dudes from the Max City Limit podcast. I ain't gonna lie, a lot of them dudes try to claim players, but then turn around and talk about heavy tricking. So I really don't know. It was confusing, but I mean, if it works in that situation or your situation, let it work for you. But you don't need to be out here on no blades. You don't need to be tricking. You don't need to be getting caught up in those stings. You don't need to be, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're not really, outside like that. If you're a regular cat and you go to work and you chill, every so often, I guess you could, reward yourself, but don't get caught up in no shit like that, bro. Everybody got the same 24 hours in a day, if y'all were listening to cats from the manosphere telling y'all to trick off, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Because they will send you somewhere they won't even send their kids. Or they ain't even going themselves. All right. You can't even go to Brazil and meet up with somebody from the manosphere because they're not there. They're not there. All right. Let me see. What do we got here? Y'all support tonight's show. Let's get it. Hold on. Let's get back to this. Shout out to Chris. He said, I'm a regular dude, but I don't just turn nice looking chicks on, especially black women. I'm too nice of a nigga. Nah, man, you can manage that. You just gotta be more tactful. You know what's funny? No, I ain't even gonna say that. You don't gotta say that. Hold on.
To get to where we are today. Several of those detectives that are standing here with us include Detective
Give me 1
Cliff
second,
Mogg, the
Sean.
lead detective on this case. He is now retired. Well, I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department. I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case. It was not the case back then, and it is not the case today.
My thing is and shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button. Vegas. Remember, Keefe D is still in Vegas. He could have left Vegas. I don't know why this nigga stayed in the same spot in Vegas. So the same police station could pick his ass. Maybe that was a part of his bond or whatever. I don't know. But you know. Yeah, Tech Rail, it's easy for us to tell somebody to be more desirable, but it's more moving parts, man, you know? But definitely be more desirable. I agree. He said, stop fighting where you're not appreciated and begin. Yeah, man. And that's another thing, man. Dudes know the women that want them. Start dating them, you know? But see, it is hard to kill the nice guy thing, Raven. But the thing about it is, to a certain degree, if you're a nice guy, let the women kill it for you. Because if you can't bring yourself to kill it, let them do it. Let them do it. One of them gonna piss you off to the point beyond belief, and you're just not gonna be the nice guy no more. You're gonna be like, this ain't the way, this ain't working. So I ain't about to, nope. You know? Let them do it. All right, let's go.
Our goal at LVMPD has always been to hold those accountable and responsible for Tupac's violent murder accountable. Just like we do for every homicide victim in our city. Every single victim, every life that is lost is important and remains a priority to this police department. As we methodically built this case to move forward with an arrest, it was also important that at the same time, we're building towards a successful prosecution. We work closely with our esteemed district attorney, Steve Wolfson, in his office to ensure that is going to happen. Mr. Davis's own words reinvigorated our case in 2018. I'm going to give you some of those details, and I'm going to introduce to you our homicide lieutenant, Jason Johansson, and he will provide you many of the details on how we got here today. Lieutenant.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you everybody for being here today. My name is Jason Johansson, and I'm the homicide lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metro with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And my goal here today is to walk you through our investigation and what led us to the indictment of Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. This case has been reviewed by our homicide team and homicide detectives for over 2.5 decades. And ultimately, our persistence in this investigation has paid off. Let me walk you through a timeline of events that as we know them right now. Prior to September 7th of 1996, as we all know, Tupac Shakur was an artist who was signed with Death Row Records. And that Death Row Records and its CEO, Marion Suge Knight, were closely affiliated with the Mob Piru criminal of events that as we know them right now. Prior to September 7th of 1996, as we all know, Tupac Shakur was an artist who was signed with Death Row Records. And that Death Row Records and its CEO, Marion Suge Knight, were closely affiliated with the Mob Piru criminal street gangs, and that they had an ongoing feud with the Southside Compton Crips. Dwayne Davis was the leader and shot caller of the Southside Compton Crips. And both of these gangs operated out of the Southern California area of Compton. On the night of September 7th of 1996, Tupac Shakur, along with Suge Knight and members of their entourage, which include members of Mob Piru, came to Vegas to attend the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. Members of the Southside Compton Crips, which included Dwayne Davis, along with his nephew Orlando Anderson, were also in attendance at the same event. As both were leaving the fight, members of Death Row Records spotted Orlando Anderson near an elevator bank inside the MGM, and at that time they began to kick and punch him near that elevator bank. I will now show you hotel security footage, as many of you have already seen, related to this incident. And on this incident, you will see Tupac Shakur, who's wearing a shiny satiny shirt, along with Marion Suge Knight, who's a large man in a brown suit, punching and kicking Orlando Anderson. Following this incident, you'll see hotel security intervene, and then they will leave the area of the fight. Little did anyone know that it is this incident right here that would ultimately lead to the retaliatory shooting and death of Tupac Shakur. Following this incident, Tupac and Suge Knight both left the MGM to make their way to a post-fight party, which was to occur at a local nightclub. At the same time, word had spread amongst members of the Southside Compton Crips of what had occurred inside the MGM. And then that's when Dwayne Davis began to devise a plan to obtain a firearm and retaliate against Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur for what occurred inside the hotel against Mr. Anderson. After Davis obtained a gun, he entered into a white Cadillac along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Based on our investigation, this is where we know they were seated. At some point in time, as they were in the white Cadillac, Mr. Davis took the gun that he had obtained and provided it to the passengers in the rear seat of the vehicle. As they were driving west on Flamingo Road near Koval, they located the black BMW, which was driven by Suge Knight, and in the passenger seat was Tupac Shakur. And as they turned around, they pulled up near the passenger side of that vehicle and immediately began shooting at Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur. Following that shooting, the white Cadillac fled the area southbound on Koval, And after our officers arrived on scene, Tupac was later transported to the University Medical Center, where he was treated medically and died approximately 6 days later on September 13th. My homicide section handled this investigation from its onset and for a short amount of time. And within a short amount of time, what we knew was that we were working a gang investigation where our victims, our witnesses, and our suspects were all from Southern California and not local to Las Vegas. Within the first few months of the investigation, our detectives knew most of the information I just briefed you on. However, we never had the necessary evidence to bring this case forward and present it for criminal charges. As time went on, this case had been reviewed multiple times by different investigators assigned to my section, but it wasn't until 2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Dwayne Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets. In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge. It was at that time that this case was assigned to Cliff Mogg, a detective within my homicide section. And over the last 5 years, my section worked closely, hand in hand with the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and followed a systematic investigative plan over the last 5 years. We've conducted countless interviews and corroborated numerous facts that were not only consistent with the crime scene on the night of the incident, but also corroborated and were consistent with the sequence of events that night. This ultimately led to us procuring a search warrant, which was executed at Mr. Davis's residence in Henderson, Nevada. And following the execution of that search warrant, in close coordination with the District Attorney's Office, this case was presented to the grand jury, which ultimately led to Davis being indicted on charges of murder. Before I hand it off to the District Attorney's Office, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Detective Mogg and all the other detectives that were not only assigned this case and reviewed this case, but all the other detectives from other agencies that assisted us in this investigation. They know who they are, and thank you very much for all the assistance you provided. It does not go unnoticed. And lastly, one of the most important things, in my opinion, is that we need to make this be a reminder that the charge of murder does not have a statute of limitations. This agency has been and is invested in solving our cold case homicides so that we can bring closure to those families and justice for those victims of homicide. And with that, I will turn it over to the Clark County District Attorney, Steve Wilson.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johansson. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. I am the Las Vegas Clark County District Attorney, Steve Wolfson. It has often been said, justice delayed is justice denied. It's a quote we hear often and for many, many years when talking about our legal system, but not in this case. Today, justice will be served in the murder of Tupac Shakur. I'd like to acknowledge the relentless work of the many Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide detectives. We've mentioned Detective Cliff Mogg many times, and we can't mention his name enough. He is the detective, along with his colleagues, that brought this case here today to you. A Clark County grand jury has indicted Dwayne Keith Davis with 1 count of open murder with use of a deadly weapon with a gang enhancement. Davis will appear in court in the next few days or so for a hearing to determine his custody status and to set a jury trial date. This grand jury has been receiving evidence for months and has determined there is sufficient evidence to justify the filing of this criminal indictment. I've assigned 2 of my top prosecutors, Mark DiGiacomo and Vanu Palal, to prosecute this case. I know a lot of people have been watching and waiting for this day. Tupac Shakur is a music legend, and for a long time, this community and worldwide have been wanting justice for Tupac. Today, we are taking that first step. Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender."
So, like I said, you know, they're gonna take this case and make everybody at the precinct look like heroes, and oh, we solved it. Oh, we did it. Whole time, he told on himself. The internet has solved way more cases than anybody else. Told on himself. Yeah, 27 years later, New. Shout outs to New in the building. Shout outs to Mella in the building. Shout outs to Tony Anthems in the building. Shout outs to American Negro in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Contribute to tonight's show. We've been live for 1 hour and 35 minutes, roughly. Hit the like button on the way in. You can support tonight's show at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. Or you can support via Super Chat or PayPal. All right, let's get back into this. Everybody's a hero for somebody that literally told on himself in the same district. Anyway.
Well, we didn't surrender thanks to the great work of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department under the leadership of Sheriff Kevin McMahill, Lieutenant Johansson, retired Detective Cliff Mogg. I am proud to announce the return of this document. This is the indictment we've been waiting almost 3 decades for. It spells out the facts and circumstances and what justifies a Clark County grand jury in returning an indictment. Justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I just like to say that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide section year over year solves over 90% of the homicides that occur in our jurisdiction. You won't find that anywhere else in the United States. For those family members that have lost somebody that we haven't solved that case, I want you to know, just like in this case, we're not going to give up. I also say to you that as we begin, we're going to take a couple of questions. I want you to remember in your questioning that this investigation, subsequent arrest, and now indictment is only the beginning of the process. And we are committed and invested in ensuring a successful prosecution as we move forward. So with that, we'll take any questions that you might have. Ken?
Sure, thank you. Have you been in touch with the Shakur family, anyone within here today? And if so, can you characterize what they told you?
The family has reached out to my office. I imagine also to Metro. We've been in communication with them. We understand that they are welcoming this news. They are pleased with this news, and they are certainly aware of the return of this indictment.
Do you anticipate them being at court for arraignment of Mr. Davis?
I don't think they'll be at the arraignment. I mean, that's a relatively short hearing, but I know that they'll be involved. I know that they'll want to be apprised of what goes on a frequent basis.
Back. Can you talk about any of the statements that you made that piqued your curiosity again or got you back into this case?
Jason, you want to answer that? We're not going to talk about any particular statements, but maybe he can address that.
What I'll say is there's a lot that's going to come out when it comes time for trial, but he provides his own series of statements that are very consistent with the evidence that we have on the scene that we've obtained through our investigation. I'll leave it at that.
Can you identify anything that came from the raid, the service of the warrant in July that you didn't know before?
Yeah, that's a good question. What I'll say about the search warrant that we did in July, that we obtained information or evidence during that execution of that search warrant that corroborated information obtained through our investigation. And I'll leave it at that until we go to trial. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm dealing with Channel 3. So I know that this was obviously a big move. Is there anyone else being looked at this point? I know a lot of people have passed away since this incident, but is anyone else being looked at as part of this investigation?
So as I stated earlier, in this case, the only living suspect related to this investigation is Dwayne Davis. All other 3 suspects are deceased.
Vanessa. Thank you. Vanessa Murphy, Channel 8. Steve, can you talk about the murder charge if he is not the one believed to have pulled the trigger?
Yes, well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abetter. We have an aiding and abetting statute, which provides that if you help somebody commit a crime, you can be equally as guilty. The best example is 2 guys that agree to commit a bank robbery, and one of them goes into the bank with a gun and actually commits the robbery, and the other guy is the getaway driver. Never went in the bank, but he assisted the guy that went in the bank, so he's equally guilty. That is one of the theories in this case as well. Last question.
Do investigators believe that Davis was the only person behind the plan to kill Tupac, or was he one of multiple people who came up with this plan?
I think the best way to characterize that is Dwayne Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan that was carried out to commit this crime.
Can you say how he obtained the gun, if he obtained it from?
We know that he obtained it from a close associate. That a lot of the actual details of who specifically, all that come out at trial, but he obtained it from a close associate of his.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can you say if Mr. Davis has said anything since?
You said is being thrown in the clink justice or the chair? If it ain't for if it ain't eye for an eye, it ain't then it ain't justice. You said the nigga is 60 with 1 foot in the grave. Yeah, I was wondering what happened to all the other cats. So he said they're deceased. Wow. But it is capped though, y'all, because they gave him they caught him back then and gave him a some type of a bond, some type of a plea. Right? So he was free. I don't know why he's still in Vegas. But then again, I know why. I mean, I would say anywhere, but if he goes back to LA, they're gonna put in that work. A lot of people love Tupac. He's gonna have a rough time in jail. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support tonight's show. He said it's cap. It's a cap story. Something the Dems can try to brag that they did, and it's not going to change anything about the coming election. Yeah. Vegas is a transient spot. It's for runners. Destiny still will arrive in 2024. Yeah. Everybody else is dead. That's how the feds play Pac. That's how the feds play. Pac was CIA. Yeah, I've heard about that story a lot. You did? They might not do nothing to him, though. They might want to really hear his story. You know? But they might, But he got, he a Crip, he a high ranking Crip from back in the day. So he OG status. He might be all right. Might be able to do his bid. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna charge him with. Hold on, yo. Well, okay. Yeah, energy. You said you right because I sure did run during that mass shooting during the first time ever in Vegas. Yeah, Vegas got too many things going on. Like, why is he still in Vegas in the same spot where they were, with the same, but then again, I don't know the terms of his release. So maybe 1090 Jake or somebody can help us with that. Maybe somebody could produce a document. You did? You said, nah, they're not gonna lay a finger on him. Niggas ain't crashing out for Pac. That nigga done wrote books and all that. No, he just wrote a book. Well, maybe it's about a year or two old. They probably in there reading that book too. You did? Look, Tommy Sotomayor going live. We might head over to Rumble. See what's going on. Start a live over on Rumble. You did? Hold on. Hey, that's messed up. I can't even tell y'all what I'm looking at. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to see if he said something about it. Come on, Bruce, you tripping. Damn it, Bruce. He said Andrew Tate is a compulsive liar. Damn, I didn't know Andrew Tate had an app out. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. We off air. Let's check this out. Hold on, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Hold on, y'all. This is interesting. You said Tate's an agent too?
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. With my Pearl handle the camera and Andrew Tate's real fake world. It's the real world. So, for example, if you have a power of attorney you need signed, you can do it by e-sign. If you have any kind of document,
DocuSign is better.
bill of sale, send for medical relief, thing that seems too good to be true, guess what? It probably is. And we're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about two things. We're going to talk about what a Ponzi scheme is and what a pyramid scheme is.
Dude, that's actually insane. I got another client just last month. That's what took me to 5K.
That's what took me to 5K. I made 5K last month. Guess how much 5K is a month? 60 grand. You know what? You can get a different kind of job for well over 60 grand.
Making 14,000, made 52,000 out of it. Everybody in the real world is making money. The biggest, the largest benefit to the real world is direct access to professors.
Professors. Are they real professors?
Taught by millionaires that answer your questions. They give you everything on a silver platter. It may be impossible to not make money if you follow
It's impossible to not make money.
what they say. So the real world really gave me a sense of brotherhood. It's a community. People.
Sense of brotherhood. Let's talk about that for a second. When you have young guys who are looking towards the future, guess what they are? The people who are following Andrew Tate are vulnerable guys. Every last one of them. Because guess what? If they had their own Bugatti, they wouldn't need his Bugatti. But they're vulnerable. And in this young community.
Now, this is so weird. I've never seen Andrew Tate tell y'all to go get a Bugatti or tell y'all can have a Bugatti. I've actually seen him teach people how to start their business and work hard so that if you want a Bugatti, you can go get one. I've seen him do that. So always take these with a grain of salt because a lot of guys just don't like Andrew Tate. All right, let's go.
Yeah, it's a community. Community of what? You know, how did he make the bulk of his money? You know, he made it off the backs of women. You know, exposing themselves on OnlyFans or online sex rooms and whatever, and conning men into spending money. That's how they made their money. They're not providing an incredible service to the poor or to the needy or to the masses. They're just grab. We'll talk a little bit more about that, the underlying purpose of the organization in a second.
that are there for you to help each other.
You hear that last line? That line, we're only there for one thing, and that's to make money. If your sole purpose is to make money, you're empty. You're absolutely empty. If that's all you give a shit about is making money, you got to be balanced, as I see it. But just making money alone is an empty pursuit. And look at the amounts here. The amounts here aren't even that much.
The Real World is now posted on their own platform and his own app now. Since downloading the Real.
Oh, the Real World's on an app. It's on a platform. It's on Google. It's on Apple. Oh, wait a second. No, it's not. It got pulled from Google and Apple.
Addicted to it. I can work comfortably out of my laptop and travel across the world. Building your own business is very much like.
All right. We're not going to play any more of that because he doesn't need more advertising of his stupid program. But one of the things they teach you about is multi-level marketing or affiliate marketing. You know what that is? That's a pyramid scheme. You know, if you have a business and the overriding driving force of the business is not the business itself, but it's recruiting people to get into the business, that's a pyramid scheme. To start that program, you pay $50 a month. And one of the driving forces is to get on TikTok. And, you know, you guys have seen all these things on TikTok, on YouTube. And in these videos are highlights of, you know, Tate's best moments, for lack of a better word. And then the pinned comment, you know, is how to get into, you know, or a link to the real world. But the issue here is, so they're trying to get you to get hooked. And one of the guys on here just says, I'm absolutely hooked. You know, I'm addicted to this. The real issue, and this is why I think it's been taken down from Google and Apple, is they're targeting kids.
He's only 13, but he's already making $10K a month.
He's on to make over $15,000 as he's 15 years old.
16 years old.
He trains 7 days a week with aspirations of becoming a world-class boxer.
He just turned 6 years old and he wants to become a boxing champion just like Andrew is. He already has a six-pack.
They're targeting young kids, they're targeting young adults, and all men. Now, keep in mind, when he was making money on OnlyFans and the webcams, you know, he was making, you know, $300,000-$400,000.
All right, let's get back to this. Shout outs to Cut to the Chase TV. He said Diddy paid Keefe D to kill Tupac and is now being investigated by the feds after Keefe D snitched to the police. You know Keefe was going to bring somebody down. You know somebody was going to go down with him. Let's see if that's true. Hold on. We're going to play the audio because I want you guys to go over to Cut to the Chase TV. And let's see what Cut got. Maybe this is true. I don't know. It's allegedly. All right. I'm not saying it's true, but I'm up here editing a recording from a radio station that I'm about to put out. And we can share that too. Hold on, y'all. Are y'all entertained? You know, support tonight's show, man. Give me 1 second. We haven't even gotten started yet. Hold on. Y'all let me know something. Bless the show. Bless the show, y'all. Hold on. What is this? We were talking about that earlier, so let's see if something's changed. Oh, this is funny. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna share this with y'all. Remember we said don't eat the cat, eat a clam or something. Eat one of these, y'all. Clam salad. Oh, did he kill it? Oh shit, he did. Don't you no more.
There it is. Hey, grab it.
Oh my god, how pretty.
Damn, y'all realize this is house like that?
Oh, chew it. You don't want to swallow it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, my bad. Hold on, y'all. You got Truth Teller going in on it. Hold on. Let's see what Cut said. This just dropped. Hold on. Gross. Hey, I'm just saying. That's funny, Raven, because Dusty was out there. Dusty got shot in the ass at that country music festival. Hold on, yo.
What's up, fam? This your boy Cut to the Chase TV. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button and be sure to share this video. I got some news for you Negroes today. Diddy paid Keefe D to kill Tupac and now he is being investigated by the feds. That's the headline many people are rolling with right now. Now, we all heard about Keefe D. Was arrested yesterday for the murder of hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur, and we all seen it coming. We knew his ass was going to get arrested because for the past few years, he been doing interviews. He been all on Vlad TV talking about Tupac murder. He's placing himself on the scene. He's implicating other people in the murder. He just won't shut the hell up about Tupac. And as I watch his interviews, as I'm gonna watch him admitting to guilt, he even went as far to say, I gave Orlando Anderson the strap to kill Tupac. Now, how stupid can you get? I don't give a fuck what kind of deal you think you cut with the Las Vegas Police Department. That means nothing. Tupac is a high-profile murder. He's a beloved rapper. So the feds is going to come in and say, damn the deal you made with Las Vegas Police. You didn't make that deal with us? Your ass is under arrest. And that's exactly what happened. Now, don't nobody feel sorry for Keefe D. Everybody's saying, yes. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody's in victory formation. Everybody's saying justice for Tupac. And then you got some people saying Diddy is nervous as hell right now. You got some people saying Diddy should be nervous right now because Keefe D has been arrested for Tupac murder. And what we know about Keefe D? We know he will cooperate with the police for a lighter sentence. Remember he got caught up in that drug case and he gave them information about Tupac murder to get a lighter sentence. So everybody's saying, remember that about Keefe D. He will strike a deal in a minute to get a lighter sentence. And who have people been saying is responsible for the Tupac hit? Who has people been saying paid for the Tupac hit? It's Diddy. And what did Keefe D say in his interviews about Diddy? Hey, Diddy, you owe me. I did you a favor by taking out Tupac. It was $1 million check signed over to us. I didn't get my money. You still got to look out for me. Diddy, you still owe me. So now that he has been arrested, he's 55, 60 years old. Who the hell say he won't cut a deal? Because let's be honest, many people think P. Diddy has something to do with Tupac murder. Now let's be very clear. We all know Diddy didn't like Tupac. We all know Diddy probably was happy as hell when Tupac was taken out. I don't believe for 1 second that Diddy was sad when Tupac was taken out. I don't think he sat in the mirror, played slow songs. Hell no. He was happy. And I wouldn't even go as far as to say, I wouldn't be surprised if Diddy actually solicited the murder of Tupac Shakur at one point in time. I'm not saying he's responsible for Tupac's death, but you got Tupac going off on records, going off on interviews, trying to crush your empire. So who the hell's to say Diddy didn't say, hey man, I got $1 million and somebody can take him out? Who the hell to say Diddy didn't have them conversations? Now, I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion that it happened, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. Because Diddy empire was at stake. Tupac was bringing it to him. Every time you turn around, Tupac had Bad Boy in his mouth. Had hit him up, dissing them all on records, talking about they set him up, they were trying to kill him. Tupac went all in. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if somebody can say, yeah, me and Diddy did have a conversation about taking out Tupac. Yeah, me and Diddy did have a conversation about money being paid if I take out Tupac. That's all I'm saying. But I'm going to tell you why Diddy would not be charged for the murder of Tupac. I don't think he had anything to do with Tupac's death. I know he had problems with Tupac. He might have wanted Tupac dead. But the day Tupac died, I don't think Diddy had anything to do with that.
That's interesting. But you know what? It's gonna I don't think Diddy paid for it. I mean, I know Big, they said wasn't gonna let Diddy extort him. But you know, like I said, Bad Boy are tapped in with the Crips, but that had nothing to do with Diddy. That had nothing to do with Diddy. That was all Tupac, you know, wanting to be down and hit the wrong dude at a Las Vegas nightclub. Tupac swung at the ops. That wasn't his ops. That had nothing to do with what he had going on. You know, trying to, I guess, put on for Suge Knight. You know, what's going on, Super Sly? He said, "How did he pay for the murder? Pay for the murder for he said, I hire a Zip. If Zip never gave Keefe D the money for the hit, this was a silly theory. Puff will be just fine. Yeah, Puff is gonna be all right. But I have seen him being nice lately. I got something else to show y'all too. I just got finished editing it. But you know, a lot of the younger crowds are more interested in this case and got more conspiracy theories than people that were actually alive around for it, because it went unsolved for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them will believe a lot of the conspiracies because there's more conspiracies going around than the actual truth. Because and I've been saying this for like more than 15 years. I mean, like everybody knew, like everybody was like, oh, Tupac's still alive, oh, he in Cuba, oh, he here, oh, he there. And the dudes like myself was like, Orlando did it. Who's Tupac killer? They did so many documentaries. Is like Orlando. Tupac's killer been gone for the longest time. And then like what they've been saying, that what they said here, everybody that was in the car other than Keefe D is deceased. You said this is a silly theory. Zip kept the money and never paid Keefe, so there's no murder for hire. Diddy will be just fine. Yeah, so it's like, I wonder if Keefe gonna snitch. I wonder if he will say that just to get himself out of something. I mean, he do look like he like one of them dudes that like in a fight will bite you and shit. No, he like one of them dudes that'll just hit you in the nuts. He one of them niggas. He one of them Ric Flair niggas. So I just want to hear what people have to say. Let's see what Cut has to say though. Let's hear it. Hold on. Oh, that shit was just playing my shit. Hold on, y'all. Lord have mercy. Hold on.
Because it's quite simple why Tupac died. The story goes like this.
Hold on, y'all.
He spotted somebody that took a death row chain weeks earlier, and Tupac decided to go over there and strike the man. The man hit the ground. Death row jumped on him like a pack of wild wolves. Stomped them, kicked them, did everything you can imagine to somebody while they down. They all rolled off. Tupac drive away, but the person they just stumped out was a big-time gang member named Orlando Anderson, member of the Southside Crips. So Orlando Anderson didn't want to take the ass whooping in stride. He didn't want to just take the L in peace and go back home. No, he hopped in his whip with the blinky, started looking for Tupac. All down the Vegas Strip looking for Tupac. And they finally spot Tupac hanging out the window, loud, trying to engage with the audience. I said, okay. So they pulled up beside him and let Tupac have it. And that's how it happened. So Tupac actually died because he decided to confront a gang member about a death row chain. Tupac had no business putting his hands on Orlando Anderson. You are Tupac Shakur, $1 million man. Why are you even involved about stuff like this? Why do you even care about it? If Suge Knight decide to care about it, if everybody else in your camp decide to care about it, let them handle that. But Tupac, you should have been nowhere near that situation. That's all I'm saying. So I don't think Diddy had anything to do with it. I think Orlando Anderson had beef with Tupac because he got his ass whooped. And he exacted revenge that same night. Now, everybody seemed to be mad at Orlando Anderson for doing that. But everybody say that's a gangster move. Somebody stomp you out, somebody hit you. You go grab the blicky, you gonna handle business, right? But when it happens to Tupac, people tend to say this should never happen. How come Orlando Anderson just didn't take the L? How come they couldn't talk it out? That's not how gangsters operate. Do y'all want to love a gangster or not? That's how I'm coming at this situation. So I think Diddy has nothing to do with it. Now, let me say this. Once it was known that Keefe D, Orlando Anderson was involved, I wouldn't be surprised if Diddy called them and be like, yeah, y'all took out Tupac, man. Y'all took my trash out, man. Y'all boys real, man. That was a big blessing for me. I'm glad y'all took out Tupac, man. I'm glad he gone. And they probably had that conversation. Diddy probably said, yeah, I'm gonna send you guys a check just for doing it. Just for taking them off my hand. I'm gonna send you guys a check. Can you still look at it and say Diddy orchestrated the murder of Tupac Shakur? Can you confidently say that Diddy is responsible? I don't think I can. Because all evidence, all facts, everybody testimony, all witnesses say that Tupac stomped out Orlando Anderson.
Yeah,
It's
Tupac
caught on
shouldn't have been
camera,
doing that.
and that's the reason he's no longer here. If Tupac would have never bumped into Orlando Anderson, Tupac would have never died that night. That's the thing everybody is saying. So I can't really look at Diddy all because Keefe D has been arrested and say, hey, man, you should be worried. Hey, man, you up next. I'm not going that far. Now, if Diddy did have something to do with it, if Diddy did solicit the murder of Tupac Shakur with Keefe D, he should be nervous as hell. If Diddy is any way, in shape, and form involved in the Tupac murder, I'll be nervous. They got Keefe D, health problems. He on his last leg. Who's to say he won't try to strike a deal? Hey, yeah, I killed Tupac. Hey, give me 17 years and I'll tell you who else was involved. I'll tell you Diddy role in it. So if you had anything to do with it, Diddy, tonight is the night to panic. But I don't think you will. I think you'll be all right. But anyway, guys, that's my thoughts about this whole situation. Yeah. But I wonder how you guys.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think Diddy had nothing to do with it. Hold on.
Guys feel about it. Do you think Diddy played a role in Tupac murder, or do you think Tupac was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and rolling with the wrong crew? See, because I'm under the impression if Tupac would have never signed with Death Row, if Tupac would have never got desperate in prison, signed his contract on a napkin, if he would never did that, I think he'll still be here. He can have his problem with Biggie. He can be mad at Bad Boy, but him signing with Death Row, just magnitude. Every flaw in Tupac, the hot-headedness.
Now, I'm not gonna go as far as to say that Tupac would have still been here. You know, Tupac was rolling around with Suge. You know, so Suge. And how, you know, if y'all know anything about Suge, it would allow Tupac to be a little bit more extra. You understand what I'm saying? Rolling around with Suge. Okay? And Suge didn't mind Tupac being a little bit more extra because that makes him money. So that's why he was letting Tupac run him up, you know? So, hold on, y'all. So at some point, you know, you if you were hanging around Suge at that time, you had to accept what was coming with him. Even as an old nigga, Suge still go look at what he in jail for right now, running niggas over with trucks and all kinds of crazy shit. You know? See, y'all, the Suge y'all know was the one that got knocked out by the barbershop. The Suge I know, your body will wash up at the courts in Venice Beach. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like it's two different Suges. Okay. Then that nigga no homo. That's a big ass nigga. You know, he on some bully type shit. So, you know, anybody hanging out with Suge, hey, Yeah, all right. You did? So, yeah, he did beat Suge's ass. They did him dirty too, though. They did him dirty too. You know, all you can say though is Suge got knocked out. You didn't see Suge get treated. You didn't see him get walked down. None of that shit. But what I'm saying is, you know, it's just two different Suges. You know, he had to be an old bear before he got knocked out like that by a buff dude. You know, and it ain't really even Suge. It's the people that surround him. You know, y'all go look up. You know, what is it? Vanilla Ice. I was about to say Ice Spice. Y'all go look at what happened to Vanilla Ice. How he dangled him off of a balcony and shit, dangling his ass. You know. So hold on. Okay. So yeah, you know, two different guys. And like I said, you know, eventually, yeah, Suge was wilding out here for a minute. Oh, you said your homeboy. Okay. Yeah, Suge started losing on the tail end, but you know, just a lot going on. You know, Tupac, I don't know if he was trying to get blessed in with the Bloods or whatever, but he had no business swinging on Orlando Anderson. But when you rolling with Suge and stuff like that, and you telling people that you down and blah blah blah, you know, not only do you got to show you're down, but you got to actually be down. And unfortunately, that's what got Tupac laid down. You know, unfortunately. And you know, hold on. Okay. Hold on. So yeah, Suge was out here wilding. But yeah, what was I about to say? But everybody on the you know, in LA is tapped in, but unfortunately this didn't happen in LA. You know, you had some LA cats in Vegas and boom, you know, you got some LA cats in Vegas and then boom. So I'm still trying to figure out why is Keefe D still in that same, you know, jurisdiction, knowing damn well the police there. Well, maybe they left his ass alone because you know he did kind of get left alone. But yeah, you know, like they got to open the investigation open still with Tupac's murder. You know, so I guess I don't know why he thought that that he was gonna be okay going on Vlad. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, going on Vlad, you know, I don't know why he thought he was going to be okay going on Vlad, going into details. Because, like I said, I seen videos of him saying, hey, man, you trying to get me locked up? Or, you know, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Let me see if I could find it. Better to show y'all, you know. But a lot of these interviews, I done seen them growing up. You know, it ain't nothing new, but hold on. Navi tripping. Hold on, y'all. All right, we'll get into SETI. SETI's not bad. It's another Crip. I actually like SETI Nash. Yeah, Vlad strikes again. But this is the thing though. They're trying to give Vlad credit, but Vlad, like, he told on himself prior to this. You know, he got a whole book snitching on himself. So, you know, but you know, Vlad gonna take, you know, shout outs to Vlad. Vlad gonna take credit for it. You know, yeah, Vanilla Ice, yeah. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button, support tonight's show. All right, let's check it out. Let's see what SETI got to say. Y'all support tonight's show. 2 hours and 18 minutes into tonight's show. Hit the like button. Let's go. Let's get it.
Good evening. A controversial rap artist has led a troubled existence.
Tupac Shakur was riding in this black BMW when the gunfire erupted. The car, part of a convoy headed for a nightclub, had stopped in front of the Maxim Hotel. Police say a white Cadillac pulled up next to it, and the four men inside started shooting.
We ran up the street as cops were running past us, and by the time we got here, they were already taking, which now I found out was Tupac, into the helicopter away. He had been shot.
Shakur, seen here a few weeks ago at a voter awareness campaign, was shot several times in the chest. The driver, his record producer, was grazed in the head. Detectives are not sure what prompted this attack. They're looking into reports Shakur may have been involved in a fight with someone at the MGM Hotel just before Saturday night's fight. The 25-year-old rapper has long been criticized for promoting violence through his music known as gangster rap. Take a listen.
Just like everybody else, just like all y'all, I thought, damn, Vlad got Keefe D locked up. And then I did my research.
Wayne Keefe D. Davis. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac killing.
Zip gave you guys a Glock, and you guys tossed it in the backseat.
Have they reached out to you about any of your footage?
I'm gonna give you the exclusive on this. They actually have tried, but I'm not cooperating with this.
Okay. What?
And Bubble Up was a driver, and Baby Lane and Freaky were in the backseat.
We were just all in the car together. Okay.
This was the white Cadillac.
Yeah. All right. He wouldn't even been out the window. We would have never seen him.
Where we sat down and recorded his conversation, we can't use that, except in books or on YouTube channels or on multiple interviews. That's all information that can absolutely be used against him and should. If there's something discovered in that turns out to be untrue, then that information that he provided us can be used against him, and should a prosecutor choose to do so. But when he's gone outside of this law enforcement environment where he has been given this agreement, everything else is up for grabs.
Somebody like in Keefe D's position, if he has any of these agreements, is there any time that he can talk about the stuff that he discussed with you guys without getting in trouble?
No, we won't use your information against you. We'll use your information to prosecute other people. And if other people provide information that we can use against you, we most certainly will.
So he didn't pull the trigger.
Man, we already discussed that. Would you trying to get me in jail again?
All the people that was in Vegas that weekend, it's like a curse. Mostly everybody is dead or got life in prison. Then I was a witness to everything that happened. And it will surprise you the truth I got to tell you. It's
2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional.
All right, so see, a lot of people are saying Vlad didn't do it, and as you guys can see, he said he has cancer, so that's why he's coming out and just kind of coming clean, but try not to tell on himself, but ended up telling on himself, technology is more up to date now. This is not 96, sir, but okay.
Additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Dwayne Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets. In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge.
A Clark County grand jury has indicted Dwayne Keith Davis with 1 count of open murder with use of a deadly weapon with a gang enhancement. Davis will appear in court in the next few days or so for a hearing to determine his custody status and to set a jury trial date. This grand jury has been receiving evidence for months and has determined there is sufficient evidence to justify the filing of this criminal indictment. I've assigned two of my top prosecutors, Mark DiGiacomo and Banu Palal, to prosecute this case. I know a lot of people have been watching and waiting for this day. Tupac Shakur is a music legend, and for a long time, this community and worldwide have been wanting justice for Tupac. Today, we are taking that first step. Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender."
So there you have it, bro. Tupac got the police quoting him at an indictment for the murder of Tupac. Poetic justice. If we're going to be honest about it, Keefe D did this to himself. Keefe D admitted that he had cancer, and that's ultimately what it was. Keefe D had cancer and tried to do a last cash grab. He knew, but I think down the line, cancer treatment got so much better for Keefe D, and now he got to live with that. Keefe D was actually saying, and I played at the end, that he actually feels a little remorse for it, but at the same time, bro, this is gangbanging. This is California. This is Little LA, aka Las Vegas. And some of y'all gonna wonder, well, damn, Nash, well, Greg Kading, who was that? He's a Fed. So let's understand something. Dual sovereignty for you cats who don't understand. Just because the feds go after you, it may not get you. The state can always double back. It's just typically that we hear that the state dropped the ball and the feds picked it up. Also, do y'all realize that Keefe D was staying in Henderson, Nevada? He wasn't staying in California. So he was within the jurisdiction of the damn police. Can't make this up. If he was in California, they would have just announced they got a warrant for him and all that and everything like that. And they probably would have worked with some marshals to try to get him back and everything. But I'm going to tell y'all, honestly, I don't think they're going to find that man guilty of murder. I don't. I think what they're going to ultimately do is offer him a plea deal, probably give him a couple of years. They're just going to throw so much evidence at him, that the lawyer is going to have to say, man, you might as well take this.
What's going on, Lou?
Because ultimately, he
Shout
never
out to
admits
you,
not one point in time that he pulled the trigger. And I got to ask y'all this simple.
And that's the thing. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on, y'all. I'm up here editing some stuff in the background for the channel. Okay. Yeah, shout outs to Lou in the building. Yeah, you said the grand jury gonna get shook. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we should be seeing what's coming down the pipeline pretty soon. But you know, like I said, y'all, there's a lot of things they still can't prove when it comes down to the death of Tupac Shakur. You know what I'm saying? They can't prove Keefe D shot. And then I'm not even gonna lie, I'm actually interested in this because I saw where Orlando Anderson was sitting, which is the back passenger side behind Keefe, which would make it easier for him to, you know, slide him a pistol. Shit, even if he slid it under the seat or whatever. You know, Keefe just saying that he threw the gun back there. But I'm trying to find a video where he said that. But I don't see somebody doing a drive-by and shooting into a car while the gun is still in the car. But then again, let's see if we can find a video if they go over the murder scene. Were there shells at the murder scene? Because where Orlando would have been sitting, you kind of would have to aim across another guy. Somebody might say there might be two shooters. I don't know. You know, And then maybe if we do a little bit more research, we will realize that they lied to the police and say Orlando was sitting in that other seat, so he couldn't be the shooter. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of stuff. Now it just kind of it's a headache. I thought this Tupac Biggie shit was over with, but I guess not. We'll go down the rabbit hole a little bit. Let's go a little bit deeper. We'll find something that's talking about the actual scene. So let's go.
Simple question. Really, all he can really be charged with that he basically has is conspiracy to commit murder. Because once you hop in that car and you know what's going on and all this stuff and everything like that, boom. But they may say, you know what? Because he admit that he bought the gun. That's why I left that clip in there. That he bought the gun that ultimately led to the murder of Tupac, and he threw the gun in the back. He's just as guilty.
Confessed to his nephew killing a man. Yeah. Now, from what I know, if I'm with you and I commit a crime, a murder, at least I got that same case.
You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
I keep it for the code of the streets. It just came from the backseat, bro.
See? I'm going to keep to the code of the streets. It just came from the back seat.
Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
I keep it for the code of
the That's a funny old man, y'all. This is a funny old man.
Streets. It just came from the backseat, bro.
It's possible. And that's how we understand it in the hood. But an application of the law is different. But y'all, let me know your thoughts on this. So share to keep your people aware, subscribe, turn on that bell, stay notified.
But they got way more videos of him saying that he just threw the gun back there and whoever fired. That's still snitching, though. Even though both cats are dead, that's still snitching. I mean, when he said it, I'm pretty sure when he said it, one of them was alive. I don't think Orlando was alive, but I don't know how the other cat died. Hold on, let me see. What's the other cat's name? Let's see. Big Dre. Let's do this. So I'm pretty sure there was a story saying that he was Tupac's killer.
Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
I keep it for the code of the streets. It just came from the
Keith, you're a funny old man. Fair use. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, support tonight's channel, contribute to tonight's show. 2 hours and 31 minutes into the show. Y'all hit the like button, share the show, show the show some love. Let's get it. Let's get past these this ads that we got.
Welcome back to another episode of Warren Cali. In this episode, I will detail Big Dre from Southside Compton Crip. Dre will be born DeAndre Smith and grow up in Compton, California. Dre will always be a big dude, standing around 6'5" or 6'6". He played multiple sports in high school, being good in basketball and a good football player as well. During this time period, Dre will become a part of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, the Southside Compton Crips, they would be established over 40 years ago and would later become a major factor among several Crip gangs in the city of Compton. They had many Crip gangs and several rival Paru sets. By the 80s, the Southside Crips would become major players in the drug trade and had many members seeing hundreds of thousands and some seeing millions. They were also known for being killers. Dre would be in the mix of many of both and had his name tied to a lot in the streets. Dre would grow up around many reputable Southside Crips, some being names like Orlando Anderson, who was known as a drug dealer and also a killer. The Southside Crips will be at war with several Pirus, and this will lead to a war in Compton between the Southside Crips and all the Pirus affiliated with Death Row Records. Orlando will be frontlining that beef and was even trying to take death row chains off Pa Rules. September 7th, 1996.
Because this is what I'm saying. Suge knew who Orlando was, or Orlando, but and I guess that's why he tried to. I guess that's why he met them out there. But if I'm not mistaken, basically Orlando, y'all, was, you know, I guess Tupac knew a little bit of, probably knew Orlando. We don't know because he can't say nothing now, right? But or knew of Orlando, but it seems like Orlando was trolling Suge. You know, oh, he going to the fight in Vegas. Well, we gonna be at the fight in Vegas. Oh, he doing this. Well, we gonna be doing this. Oh, he doing that. Well, we gonna be doing that. You did. So it don't take rocket science to put 2 and 2 together. So Tupac shouldn't have, like I said, it stands. Tupac shouldn't have put his hands on Orlando Anderson. Suge probably know he was a killer, but Tupac probably didn't.
The Southside Crips, including Orlando, is Uncle Keefy D, T Brown.
So in a weird game of fuck around and find out, Tupac is on the chopping block. So,
and Big Dre were all in Vegas. But that same night, the whole Death Row Records were there as well. They will all be there for a Mike Tyson fight. Orlando would end up running into Death Row, and they would jump him. Later that night, Orlando would want revenge. So later that night, Orlando, Keefy D, T Brown, and Big Dre would go out looking for Death Row and anybody involved with the Pa Rules. The Southside Crips would get a weapon from a man named Zip, but Keefy D will later say that Big Dre didn't want to do the shooting. But this will later lead to Suge Knight and Tupac being shot, and Tupac losing his life. Speculation will always say that Orlando killed Tupac, but a lot of people would say it was Big Dre. Orlando and Big Dre being the only ones in the back seat, the shooting had to only come from them two.
And then some people say Suge did it. You said you went to school with y'all ran Vanilla Ice out of Dallas. You went to school with Vanilla Ice's sister, and y'all ran her out as well. Oh man, Raven's a mess. Now a lot of people say Suge did it, and they said that, oh man, he got grazed in the head to make it seem like, you know. Raven said earlier, and hold on. Raven said earlier, what's going on, Sal's? Raven said earlier, and I thought the same thing years ago when I saw that picture. You literally, if in that picture of Tupac sitting in that BMW, next time they show a picture of it, we're gonna still shot it. Literally, and they say he got hit 4 times in the chest. I don't know about that. Now we got to open this back up because I didn't close this book in my life so long ago. Because I was infatuated with certain people's deaths. I don't know why. I go and investigate, right? And I'm actually pretty good too. If I was to show you how I really get information, right? But Tupac was just wide open right there. All that space, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, probably. And then, like I said, he tried to get into the back seat. He tried to, kind of cringe up into the back seat and stuff like that. And then Suge was right there too. Like literally from the passenger side, you can see Suge's body and you can see Tupac's body. Hold on. You can see Suge's body and you can see Tupac's body. Y'all gotta be careful, man. There's so much conspiracy theorists out of here. I wouldn't be surprised if you go somewhere and somebody's like, Lil Durk killed Tupac, This is how weird people are. But don't trip. All right? That's what people are saying, Sal's, but no, I don't think Diddy did it. Pac did it to himself, man. He shouldn't have hit that man. And yeah, and that's what I was saying, Raven, when you say he had no chance. Like, it was like, yeah, he was just wide open right there. He was just wide open right there. And I saw I saw the body. I've seen Tupac's body on the autopsy table. And it was just a whole tear going down the side of his body. Like, it was crazy. And I think he got hit on the neck, too. There's a body of Tupac on a slab. That's a real picture. That's a real picture. You know? But he was alive for 6 days. How is that? You know, the Crips, their favorite number is 6. But all right, let's go.
This will later lead to back and forth shootings in Compton and Orlando when Big Dre and the rest of the Southside Crips were investigated for killing Tupac. Dre and Orlando were also being looked at for several other shootings, leading to a few people's deaths. By 1998, Orlando will be shot and killed in an unrelated incident after he had a shootout with another Crip. Big Dre will be free from all charges, stemming from any murders or anything he was involved in. Dre would continue to sell drugs and be active in the Southside Crips, but he would start moving to different avenues.
No, the 6 is a thing in California. They ride the 6-point star. They ride the 6-point star. In certain places, though, the 6 ain't, you know, the 6 ain't, you know, the thing. But they're part of the 6. You know, they're part of the 6, and the what you call it, Pyrus are the 5s. You know, even a lot of the gangs, the rolling 30s, put 2 30s together, you get your 6. The 20s, you do, you know. Well, I heard of the 20s. Oh well, really not. I'm not trying to get into no gang politics, but they're part of the 6. You know, but the main people that's really, as of lately, that been really riding the 6, and they all get together. Pause. They all get together anyways. The GDs, and you know, I know Vice Lords are 5s, Blood is 5, but I know the like Latin Kings, the Folk Nation, Disciples and stuff like that. Those are the 6s. Blue flag 6s. He said conspiracy theorist terms are created by Warren Commission to slander people who don't believe bullets can make turns after they are fired. Yeah. What they're trying to say is that Suge got either grazed or hit by a ricochet. You know what I'm saying? Hit by a ricochet. You know.
News and make a record label called Runoff Records. New albums will come out on the record label.
And especially if the bullet is hitting like the you know, the I forgot the little side part of the car and hitting the door and stuff like that. Yeah, them bullets, they twist and they turn and they do burn. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dollar Washer. He said Latin Kings ride that 5 out here in New Jersey. Yeah, I heard there's a lot of Bloods in New Jersey too. So I wouldn't be surprised, you know.
And called Hard White, which features several rappers. By the early 2000s, Big Dre's health would take a decline. It would be said with him being severely overweight, this would cause him to have a heart attack, ending his life early. After Dre's death, more and more speculation would come out, and people would try to say he actually did the shooting of Tupac. The biggest theory still to this day is that Orlando did the shooting, but nobody actually knows the truth, and the only person being alive from the Southside side that night is Keefy D. We'll conclude this episode. If you haven't already, make sure you check out.
So this guy might be the killer. Oh, look, Indian Red Boy. That was a crazy story. Hold on, yo. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, contribute to tonight's show. You can contribute via Cash App. That's $PTV888. That is PTV 888, or you can contribute to the show via super chat. Hit the like button, subscribe, contribute to tonight's show. 2 hours and 43 minutes in. Let's go. All right, now here's a reenactment. Let's see if this is lining up with what's being presented today.
The shocking death of a star. The whole world wants to know what happened, and every minute counts. Now, for the first time, go behind the crime scene tape. With computer-generated forensic graphics and true-to-life reenactments, follow the investigation as police race against time to solve the case. In this episode, Tupac Shakur, rap superstar at age 25, brutally gunned down on the Vegas Strip.
The arm came out of the back door and it started firing into Tupac.
Learn how Dr. Puck gunned down on the Vegas Strip. With computer-generated forensic graphics and true-to-life reenactments, follow the investigation as police race against time to solve the case. In this episode, Tupac Shakur, rap superstar at age 25, brutally gunned down on the Vegas Strip.
The arm came out.
All right. Now, look at the arm and look where they're seated. They're seated in that window. Now, Orlando should be in the back passenger side. So if Orlando is in the back passenger side, how the fuck can he get his arm out that window unless, no homo, he laying on somebody's lap? You know? I don't know about the Playboys. If you're talking about the Playboys, those are vice lords. If you see somebody with a Playboy bunny tattoos, those are vice lords. Vice lords ride the 5, and they either rock red or black and gold. But you never know because you got traveling vice lords, you know, and conservative vice lords, and insane vice lords. You got all different types of vice lords. Don't ask me how I know. You know. Okay, so Playboys is a gang. Okay, there's a lot of little gangs. Matter Pony, I know a lot of little gangs. Okay. But yeah, usually if you see somebody with the Playboy, they're usually vice lords. But some of them align with Bloods and Crips too. You know, you got the same thing like what's going on in New York, going on in other, you know, rural areas too. So it's all politics. All right. Anyway, the arm is on the back driver's side. All right. So I you know, this makes no sense. All right, y'all hit the like button, subscribe. Let's go.
Of the back door and it started firing into Tupac.
Learn how doctors help Tupac fight for his life.
He's had a right lung removed and he remains in critical condition.
And how police missed crucial chances to find the killer.
Police made so many mistakes during the investigation, it's difficult to catalog them all.
Go deep inside one of the most notorious celebrity shootings in history.
There's a lot of truth to be told and questions to be answered. Because
look at that.
During the investigation, it's difficult to catalog them all.
Go deep inside one of the most notorious celebrity shootings in.
That's crazy. Hold on, y'all. Now on the reenactment, they got a left hand hanging out the window. Is the shooter left hand or right handed?
Catalog them all.
Go deep inside one of the most notorious celebrity shootings in history.
There's a lot of truth to be told.
So look at that picture right there. Literally, you can see both of their chests. How did they miss Suge? So I understood why people say Suge didn't get hit, even though he got hit in his head. He said, get out of there. Wait, did I say something wrong? Say something wrong? Hold on. Okay. All right. So you got a clear shot at Tupac. Clear shot. All right, hold on, y'all.
And questions to be answered. We called that night.
Next, on Famous Crime Scene, Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, he was open as hell. Oh.
Mike Tyson Bruce Seldon fight at the MGM Grand.
We were sitting ringside watching the fight, and Mike Tyson and Seldon steps into the ring, the bell ding ding, and 50 seconds later the fight was over. Mike knocked him out in the first round.
Tyson and Pac were, good friends. So we was in a pretty celebratory mood.
Y'all believe that? 50 points is uncountable.
So we proceed.
Y'all believe that? 50 points is uncountable.
So we proceed to leave at this time.
We're going down Las Vegas Boulevard trying to get to my club at the time. It was called Club 662. We were directly behind Suge and Pac, and then our car was Frank, the bodyguard, and 2 guys.
They were going to a party. They sort of were cruising to get there. They had some time.
New York, LA, just the West Coast. I want the East Coast too.
And these gals are in one car, and they turn and talk to them.
He had said, "Hey, Tupac, where you going? Where you going?" And he's like, "We're going to the club over to 662. Go over there."
The convoy hits a red light at the corner of Flamingo and Koval. 2 cars stop in front of the vehicle carrying Suge and Tupac. Tupac's bodyguard pulls up directly behind. With Suge and Tupac focused on the women on their left, they don't.
What's going on, Jack? You said as Suge showed after all that shooting, he walked away with a small bandage on his neck. Suge was doing bullet time while sitting in the driver's seat. Yeah, because all right, so people were, you know how you got like the conspiracy. People were trying to say that Suge used Tupac as a shield. But no, what sounds about right was Tupac was trying to jump in the back seat, So yeah, this is crazy.
Notice the late model Cadillac pulling up on their right.
So now it's completely blocked in, and there's absolutely nowhere for him to go. The arm came out of the back door, and it started firing into Tupac. Bang, 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 bang. And once it stopped, all you saw was all of this smoke going up in the air.
It definitely seemed like everything slowed down, and I just remember thinking, man, they shooting forever.
And the car just took off.
I grabbed Pac, I pulled him down. I got shot in the head with I still got 45 bullets that entered to my skull.
Shots fired. I repeat, shots fired. Possible victim. This unit in pursuit of vehicle. Need assistance. Leaving the vicinity of Koval and Flamingo, proceeding westbound.
2 bicycle cops, they hear this boom, 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 lots of shots fired. So they take their bikes and call for backup.
I had actually jumped out of the car and ran up to the back of the BMW because I thought that they were dead. There was absolutely no way in the world that these guys were alive. They had to have been dead. Too many bullets had gone through their car. Well, to my surprise, the car made a U-turn. So I ran back, jump in the car, and make a U-turn as well.
Both bicycle cops take off and follow Suge. Meantime, Cadillac gets away without anybody knowing.
Suge was jumping mediums and blowing his tires and frantically trying to get away. How that car was even driving is amazing. okay, amazing. His car actually came to a stop at Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
And the center of the Las Vegas Strip became the main scene.
The cops arrived on the scene. They didn't know what had happened. They saw this shot up BMW, screaming glass, blood.
They pulled everybody, including Suge, out of the car, and Suge didn't want to get out because he wanted to stay with Tupac because he was injured. At that point, Tupac was still conscious.
The police didn't know whether he'd been shot or whether he was involved in the shooting.
I get out the car, I tell the police, I'm saying, hey, slow up. They got the guns drawn out on us. I'm saying, look, I'm shot, he shot, slow up. They said, you want to get shot again?
Hey, be quiet.
There's a lot of police all over the strip. They came out in full force.
Oh, we need an ambulance. Get out right now. Don't move.
Suge was on the ground. And I said, that's the CEO of our record label. He's a victim here. So the police let Suge up off the ground, and Tupac was still sitting in the BMW. And for whatever reason.
Damn, mans was sitting in there dying. That's crazy.
And the door wouldn't open from the outside.
They couldn't get Pac out the car because they didn't know how to open the door and take the seatbelt off. So I did.
So he opened the door, and we pulled Tupac out of the car, and we laid him on the ground. The ambulance approached, and he's laying there, and he takes a breath, and he crosses his hands just like this over his body. And that was the last breath I ever saw him take on his own.
Tupac is barely conscious as EMS workers load him into the ambulance and rush him to the University Medical Center. With the injured evacuated and the area around Suge's car secured,
News said I used to live over there. Damn.
Police begin their investigation.
Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard became the focal point for the police, for ambulances and everything.
We were cuffed and interrogated right during the Vegas Strip. We got tattoos and whatnot, so it was like, what gang you in? And they was like, who did you see? Can you give us a description?
Witnesses at the shooting scene tell police that Tupac and his entourage had beaten up a man earlier that evening. Supposedly payback for a run-in between the man and a member of Tupac's crew 1 month prior.
After the fight in the MGM, one of Suge's homeboys came over, and he whispered into Tupac's right ear. Well, when he whispered into his ear, Tupac shot off. They ran up to this guy, and he started throwing blows at him. The rest of the entourage approached him as well, and they started, kicking him and, fighting him while he was down on the ground.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. When somebody's standing over you and kicking you and shit, that's another. You knew he was gonna retaliate, man. Some people you just gotta end them right there and then, but don't do it if you can't do that. So,
suspecting this may have been the motive for the shooting, police speak with security staff at the MGM, but they can provide no details.
Security did not take an incident report because the person they were kicking and stomping on, he said no, we wasn't going to press charges. And they didn't even know who the person was other than they had his first name, Orlando.
All right, we're here.
One and we're walking. It's 20 minutes after the shooting. Tupac and Suge Knight are at University Medical Center, where hospital personnel work to stabilize Tupac's condition. Their biggest problem? A bullet has passed through his right lung, causing the area to fill with blood. In order to drain it, doctors insert a tube through skin and muscle, between the ribs and into the chest cavity.
Vast majority of thoracic trauma that occurs, that's going to take care of your problem. The blood vessels will contract, the bleeding a lot of times will stop on its own, and that's all you have to do.
They believe they had him stabilized, but apparently the level of internal bleeding was more significant than they realized.
Meanwhile, police are on the hunt for the shooter's car.
We are looking for a suspect vehicle, which was described as a white Cadillac, newer model Cadillac. That's all we have on it right now. We have our crime scene analysts who's gathering evidence.
The police made so many mistakes during the investigation, it's difficult to catalog them all.
Number one error was why one of those bike patrol officers didn't stay at the scene of the shooting on Flamingo. You've got witnesses who might have taken off. You've got all these people, and then they're scrambling after the fact.
Dozens and dozens and dozens of people drove through the crime scene by the time they closed it off. It was contaminated in every way, probably totally useless.
In the 20 minutes before the shooting scene could be secured, casings left from the shooter's gun were run over and scattered by speeding cars. Some were damaged. Others rolled yards away into gutters or otherwise disappeared.
They didn't get any fingerprints off the casings. They weren't able to get forensics on this, and the evidence in this case was just very little.
Ballistics evidence shows that the shooter in the white Cadillac.
Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I don't know. They keep pushing this video. Okay, let's see what he has to say on this video, because I like Hood Educated, but he be capping. He be capping sometimes, man. But anyway, let's see what you guys said. They beat up the shooters. He says set up to throw the police. The police up. He said fight in the casino. Tupac gets shot. Oh, it was a retaliation. Yeah, some people think that. I mean, a lot of people believe in the conspiracies, man. You let the conspiracies go long enough, somebody gonna say Soulja Boy killed Tupac. Like you know, it doesn't stop. I don't know. It's interesting. Let's see what Hood Educated has to say. But I think he's more. I think he's more of a Chicago cat, but we'll see. Let's take a look.
Standing from a hood brother's point of view to all of you here, there, and everywhere. Now check me out. Look, listen. Before I get into this whole Tupac demonstration,
give me 1 second,
allow me to say something to you young brothers and some of you classic brothers who out there right now today, gang banging, gun slanging, drilling, killing. I'm talking about you brothers who are so quick to pull that pistol and lay somebody down without even thinking twice. Allow me to say something to y'all real quick. There is no statute of limitation on murder. Y'all probably saying Hood Educated. What is you talking about? We don't understand that type of terminology. We hood ends, we street ends. We don't do nothing with the court system. You speaking a language that we don't understand because we in the streets, we doing drugs, we drinking liquor, we popping pills, we doing all these super powerful drugs that we don't know what you talking about, Hood Educated. Well, allow me to explain it to you, dear. What I'm trying to tell you is that murder that you committed 2 months ago, 2 years ago, 2 decades ago, there's no statute of limitation on that. And what I'm trying to tell you is that those murders that you done committed and that you thinking that you done got away with can come back to hunt you. The same way that this murder here, Tupac murder, is coming back to hunt Keefe D at 60 years old. Classic brother, 60 years old. The murder of Tupac is older than a lot of you young guys out here that's out here killing right now. The murder is 27 years old. And it came back to hunt him at his ripe old age of 60. What I'm trying to get y'all to do is this right here for some of you young brothers and you classic brothers to, hey, before you think about killing, before you think about joining the gang, you might want to say, whoa, let me pump the brakes. Let me pause. Let me slow this thing down. Wait a minute. 27 years ago, and yes, there's no statute of limitation on murder. If they get the proper information and the right evidence, they coming to get you. So maybe you need to stop what you're doing. Or for those of you who are thinking about joining gangs and getting into all that drilling and killing, maybe you might want to pump your brakes, because let me tell you, gangbangers, something real quick. Them killings that you think you got away with, and it was you, your homeboy, and your other friend, and your cousin, let me tell you something. All it takes is for one of them to get caught up on a separate case that ain't got nothing to do with that killing you did 20 years ago. And if that pressure is applied to them,
that's your ass.
That pressure, they get to doing this here. Yeah, man, officer. You know, I'm just trying to go home. You know, I got a baby now. I'm trying to change my life. You know, what y'all want me? What could I give y'all just so I won't get so much time? Could you tell us about that murder that happened in 2002? Man, I can tell y'all everything. I can give y'all great detail about it. I ain't even really want to do the murder, but my cousin.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have co-defendants, Salves. You gotta make sure niggas is dead. You know? I wonder if Keefe does snitch, who he gonna snitch on? And he probably lying. Or you might see a famous lawyer come out of nowhere and pick this case up, because this is basically the police in bed with law, you know, with the courts. You know? So I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he does mention Diddy, that'll be wild. You know, you can't believe everything the bloggers say. You know, we do our research over here. It's Player Talk Radio. All right? So I'm giving y'all a lot of information so that when you guys leave here, you know, you guys will be gamed up on a lot of different stuff or different perspectives. And you can cross-reference and put it together. You know? Shout out to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button. Show the show some love. 3 hours and 5 minutes into tonight's show. Show the show some love, y'all. All right? Subscribe to the channel. I'm back here editing some videos, running tonight's show, and listening to what's going on. All right? Show the channel some love. All right? It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Cousin Laylo, he the one brought the AK-47. He brought the 9 over there. Y'all can check inside the body of the victim. He got shot with an AK and a 9. And not only that, I know he got shot in the face 2 times because Laylo, the one that ran up on him when he was down and hit him twice in the face, he giving up information about that old murder. Yeah. He giving up information that don't nobody know but the people that did it. And that's all it takes. It's that right there. Because his testimony and the evidence, the victim, which is evidence, corroborated story. You done. It's over with. Yeah. Murder ain't got no statute of limitation on it. Now let's get into this demonstration. Man, hey, listen. Tupac, one of my favorite artists. I'm talking about, grew up on Tupac. Thought Tupac was one of the lords. I mean, for everybody that's vice lords and stuff like that, y'all look, hood educated residents, excuse me right now. I'm talking about, you know, back in my day. But everybody who was vice lords back in the day, you know, we all thought Tupac was one of the lords. He had the 5-point star ring on. He kept his hat to the left, throwing his palms up and things like that. So that was another connection. And not only that, but just the music. I'm talking about, man, he had a huge influence on my life and those around me, to the point where we wouldn't even listen to East Coast music. When the West Coast, East Coast thing was going on, when Tupac got it, oh no, nah. You know, when Tupac got shot, nah, we ain't. Y'all done shot Pac. We ain't got nothing to do with y'all. We mad at y'all for doing that, right? So I understand the influence of these rappers having on these kids right now, because the influence that Tupac and Biggie and other rappers and stuff like that had on us, right? But Tupac, y'all, come on, man. We gotta extend man, our prayers to his family. You know what I mean? Man, I'm talking about, because I know they are rejoicing about this demonstration right here. Unfortunately, though, his mother has changed forms. And when I say that right there, for those of you who don't know, his mother is not in the physical no more. She's in the spiritual, just like Tupac is in the spiritual. You know what I mean? But she probably know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And he probably know what's going on. And it's just like, man, for his family, his brother and his sister, you know what I mean? I know they are rejoicing in the charging of this man who has been on multiple platforms running his mouth. Keefe D running his mouth, talking bad, talking tough, telling people, I ain't scared to go to jail. They're gonna have to come and get me, which is cap and a lie. You scared to go to jail? Yes, you is. But okay, now let's get into the demonstration. Allow me to take y'all back so that we can get a full understanding of this demonstration. Here it is. We got Tupac and Suge Knight and the whole Death Row entourage. They at the Mike Tyson fight down there in Las Vegas, enjoying themselves kicking, right? Understand that Tupac, Suge Knight, and all them, they Compton mob Pyrus. I'm talking about a dangerous gang in California, right? Now, the South Side Compton Crips happen to be at the fight too. They got money too. They ain't no slouches. From my understanding, the boy Keefe D told the whole world that once upon a time that he was a kingpin running a multi-million-dollar drug ring. This is what Keefe D is telling the world in his book, Compton Street Legend. This is what he's telling people. So they down there in Las Vegas doing their thing. Mob Pyrus, they see one of the Southside Compton Crips. This is their rival. And not only that, from my understanding, they are saying that the Southside Compton Crip that they seen was the brother by the name of Baby Lane. Rest in peace to Baby Lane. We want to send our condolences to his family and things like that, because y'all know how I do. I don't care about, what people do. That's still somebody's son, grandson, nephew, and all that. Rest in peace to that brother. You understand what I'm saying? So they seen him, they get to tumbling. Why? Because Baby Lane was supposed to have took a death row chain from somebody, and just like now, how they taking chains now and showing it, hey, yeah, we took his chain. They was doing that way back in my day. They was doing it way back in our days. You know what I'm saying? They're taking chains and all that old type of stuff. So they took the boy chain and all that, and they finally got up with him. They couldn't catch him in California, but now they see him in Las Vegas. They get to putting the flip-flop flams on. Ain't no talking. They whooping them, kicking them, stomping them, everything, right? And now, after all that, Tupac and Suge say, we finna go out and kick it. We done got some get back. We in Las Vegas. Mike Tyson done beat somebody up. Man, we finna go kick it. Little did they know, after beating up Baby Lane, who appeared to be by himself, he got the Southside Compton Crips with him. And the main leader of the Southside Compton Crips, the shot caller of the Southside Compton Crips at that hour was his uncle, who is Keefe D. So while they mad, they in Las Vegas, they ain't got no guns and none of that. They not in Compton. They in a whole nother state. But Keefe D got the plug.
Shouldn't have been out there whipping
Keefe
ass,
D know
man.
people in Las Vegas. He make the call. Say, man, they just jumped on my nephew down here. I need a pistol. I need it right now. Whoever he called brought him the pistol. And Keefe D said out his own mouth in his book that when he got the pistol, his whole thought process and his whole plan was to go kill Tupac and Suge Knight. And when he got the pistol, he gave it to his nephew, Baby Lane, Southside Compton Crip. And if you understand anything about law,
but maybe a lawyer, I'm not gonna lie, maybe a lawyer can eat that up. You know what I'm saying? Even though he wrote that down, anybody could write that down. You know? But an actual video admission, even though he admitted other stuff on the video, the actual video admission is a little bit different. You know? But aside from him not admitting this, he already admitted to a bunch of other stuff. So, all right, let's go.
If you understand anything about law, that's all it takes. Listen, you ain't got to be the one to do the killing. As long as you plan with somebody to kill, as long as you provide the object that's going to do the killing, you might as well do the killing yourself. And the crazy part about Keefe D is that he was just displaying this and saying this on multiple platforms and even in his book. But now let's get to the story. As soon as he get a gun to Baby Lane, they get to riding through Las Vegas looking for Tupac, looking for Suge Knight. They got word that they gonna be at Suge's nightclub 662, and they went through there and didn't see nobody. So they left. This is the understanding that I'm getting, y'all. If I'm wrong, correct me. So they left, and in them leaving, they heard some girls say, "Hey, Tupac, Tupac, there go Tupac." And when they heard that, they got on him. After that, that's when the shooting happened. Baby Lane from the back seat up the gun and got the shooting, shot and killed Tupac, and shot Suge Knight. But how did he get caught? After 27 years of being free, how did Keefe D get caught? I would like to say that Keefe D is not hood educated. He's lame related, because anybody that's hood educated know you don't talk about murder. You do not talk about unsolved cases.
Squares know that too, though.
Now, cases that are solved, hey, have at it. They've been solved. They've been adjudicated. But an unsolved robbery, kidnapping, attempted murder, shooting, stabbing, jaywalking, anything, if it's unsolved, you don't talk about it. That's hood educated one-on-one. You don't talk about unsolved crimes. But him, in his mind, he believed that he had what they call immunity, right? Why did he believe that he had immunity to talk about the murder of Tupac? Let me break it down to y'all. According to my research, Keefe D had got caught up in a big old drug raid in 2010. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. In this drug raid, he was looking at life in the penitentiary. So what did Keefe D do? He do what a lot of people do when they looking at life. He cracked, he crumbled, he folded. Hey man, can I tell y'all something, man? I can't do life in the penitentiary. I give y'all some information about something that y'all don't know nothing about. But I need immunity. And so the federal authorities say, okay, then you know what you talking about? I'm talking about the murder of Tupac Shakur. Oh, their ears perked up like this here. Oh, murder of Tupac. Wait a minute. You know about this? Because
they already knew who he was. He's labeled as one of the dudes in the car. So I don't know about this part.
Before that, look, they was lost. Before Keefe D opened his mouth, man, they was lost about the Tupac murder. They didn't know what was going on, who did what, and none of that.
They knew he was in the car. They knew
that. The Southside Compton Crips was.
If we knew, they knew.
Wasn't even looked at. until Keefe D opened his mouth and he told them the whole story with the promise of immunity. He told them everything. He told them the whole lick, that his little cousin did the murder and his nephew did the murder and everything, with the promise of immunity. But let me tell y'all something, which I don't believe that this boy right here understood. That immunity that they gave him was in Los Angeles, was in California. It had nothing to do with Las Vegas. Understanding that Tupac is a Las Vegas murder, it has nothing to do with California. So while he's on all these platforms, USA Today, BET, A&E, Vlad TV, while he's out here talking freely about an unsolved murder, homicide detectives in Las Vegas like this here. I know he didn't just say what I... Bob, did you hear that? No. Rewind it. Did he just say that he got the gun and provided the gun to Baby Lane? And that he gave the gun to Baby Lane and told Baby Lane to shoot? We'll have this on the prosecutor desk in the morning and see what they think about this. Stupidity. But this is what happened though, right? And this right here is an old fool who wants some limelight. This right here is an old fool that want everybody to be looking at him. Yeah, man, I was a kingpin. I had something to do with the Tupac murder and all that. You know, I was the one that was calling the shots and all that. You see what that give you? You see what that gets you? I'm talking about, listen, when I was coming up, man, gangsters move in silence, man. They did not want to be seen. They did not want to be heard. I know gangsters right now today ain't got no social media. They don't want nothing to do with no so. They even scared of the phone still. Them type of gangsters. But these new age gangsters or these old gangsters that want to be following these kids, here they go. Hey, man, yeah, I did this, I did that. Now, look, this man is 60 years old, y'all. Classic brother. Facing the rest of his life in the penitentiary. What he got left? 20, 30 years at most? This is the time of his life where he's supposed to have his feet up, kicking it with his grandbabies, laughing and giggling, high-fiving and traveling the world. But instead, he finna be in a penitentiary in a small cell. Cold-blooded demonstration. Now let me say this right here before I depart. For you young brothers, look at this case right here. Allow this case right here to be a lesson to you. Because you got to understand something. If you planning on joining the gang, at some point you're going to have to gang bang. And if you're going to gang bang, you might end up killing somebody. Or you might end up yourself being killed. You understand that? And death is no coming back. Once you dead, you dead. It's over with. So you got to understand that. You planning on joining the gang, you got to do what gangs do. And that sometimes involve killing, shooting, fighting. These type of crimes against people, there's no statute of limitation on that. Yeah, you could have been killed somebody and realized, you know what, I shouldn't have did that. But now I want to change my life because I shouldn't have did that. And you can be living this tax-paying civilian life. But no, that murder you did 27 years ago. Come here. Yeah, we need to holler at you about that. We ain't forget about that. Even though you tried to forget about it, Thank you for paying all them taxes. Thank you for, being a youth counselor and all that old type of stuff. But no, that murder you did back then, we ain't the state of Las Vegas.
And that's the thing. He thought that he could talk about a still till 25 plus year later, high profile murder. High profile. Maybe he thought he could be in a movie before he bounced or something. I wouldn't be surprised if a Tupac movie start to come out now. Another one. My DJ Khaled voice. All right, y'all. We about to be up out of here. We about to be up out of here. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, support tonight's show. Support tonight's show. Let's go.
Ain't forget about that. We need our get back for that right there. Yeah, we need our get back. We need you to go sit down for the rest of your life for that. You got to understand that if you live in that type of lifestyle or trying to live that type of lifestyle, you can end up just like Keefe D. You could end up just like Keefe D. 60 years old, classic brother. Now you facing a murder. And like I said before, even if he did keep his mouth closed, a lot of the times when you guys are ripping and running these streets, y'all shooting at each other and shooting back and forth. It's 4, 5 of y'all doing all that shooting and somebody get killed. That's 4 bodies. 5. Because 1 dead and 4 of y'all that was shooting back and all that old type of stuff, y'all going to the penitentiary.
Oh, man, that's cold-blooded, Raven.
It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. But all it takes is for somebody to crack. And that's your ass. This hood educated, not lame related. Peace and love, and y'all take care of yourself out there. If I said anything that caused you to think, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I like hood educated. He be capping sometimes on certain things, but yeah. Yeah, you said Tupac by Wendell Williams. Man, look. So what y'all think gonna happen with this Biggie Smalls case? They said it was an undercover cop that did it. What y'all think gonna happen with this Biggie Smalls case? Something about this Tupac case not adding up, though. You know? I wouldn't be surprised if the other guy did it. Because maybe they would have thought Orlando did it. But then again, Orlando, let me show y'all something. He was snitching on himself too. What's so different from Keefe D and Orlando? Hold on. Y'all show some love to tonight's show. Hit the like button, share tonight's show. We are working. Look what I found. Let's go over these 2 things and let's get up out of here. Where are you? By the way.
All right, guys, I'm about to take you. We're in the Compton area now. Actually, we're in the Nutty Block area. I'm going to try to locate this Welcome to Compton sign that is down here, I believe, on Alondra. And from there, after that, I will be taking you guys through the different areas like Southside. We'll go through Southside first. That's the area where Orlando and Keefe D were from, in some of their hangouts over in that area. And from Southside, we're going to go over to the Piru area of the Ludus Park Pirus and the Mob Pirus, their area and their hangouts. Also, where Suge live, Buntry and James McDonald and all of them in most of their hangouts. So we'll be doing that as we travel through Compton.
Right.
I'll probably
That's
be
true,
pointing
Sal.
out some other areas or hoods, as they call them, before we get to the respective ones that we really want to get to. This is where the car wash was. If you notice, I'm across this light here, and if you notice to your left, all this blank now and the signs up is because Compton High School was right there. All that territory over there was Compton High School. They have leveled the whole campus because they're going to rebuild Compton High School from the ground. They're going to rebuild it all back over there. Now, right here, where you see this pole and it's coming to 2023, that's where the car wash was. They done tore out the whole area. The car wash was right at this corner, right here. Right to your right here, and this area is closed up as well, is Mom's Burger. This is the location where Orlando first saw the brothers from Corner Pocket at the car wash. And then that's when, at that point, I subsequently found out that he was here. He saw the two brothers from Corner Pocket that owed his brother or owed his uncle Keefe D some money or something. And so he wanted to deal with it. So I'm finding out that what he did, Orlando, he went over to Al's grandmother's house, which is over here in South High, and got Al. And they came back over here. When they came back over into this area after he picked up Al, they drove, I'm making a U-turn to drive, they drove past the car wash. They went past the car wash, which is right here, and they went and they parked right here. Al was driving, Orlando was the passenger. Right here was the car wash. It's all torn down now, but it was the car wash. And they sat right at this position, and this is where
They about to put a damn school on top of where Tupac's killer got killed. Ain't that a biatch?
where Orlando got out of the car and confronted the brothers, the three guys that were shot and stuff. But as he got out and confronted them and got to yelling, the shootout started. Orlando started shooting at them. They returned fire. At least two of them had guns and returned fire. Three of them were struck. Two of them were killed. One survived. Orlando was apparently struck as well. So he got back in the car on the passenger side. I don't remember whether Al had got out of the car at all, but Orlando either got back into the car or fell back in the car wounded. Orlando. Al got behind the wheel, and then he couldn't go straight because Compton High campus was closed. They turned here on Cocoa Street, and they start driving. Al started driving with wounded Orlando in the passenger seat, and they start driving to the corner. And they proceeded this way. By that time, I guess he can hear sirens because I know I was coming in my vehicle, my undercover vehicle, from the police lot down the street. But he kind of like parked here and got out of the car. He got out of his car. And as I approached with my lights on and everything, because it was an undercover car, but it had bells and whistles on it. And he was like, he literally got in the street out there and flagged me down because he knew my car, you know. And soon as he did, I kind of jammed my brakes on right there, stopped, saw the car that they were in, noticed the passenger door was open, and Al was frantically hollering, Reg, they shot Lando. They shot Lando. I immediately knew I was responding to shots fired call, and you can kind of hear shots on the rear lot of the police department. I'll show you where it was. But he, Michael, as soon as I saw that, I knew the car wash was just about a block or two away, figuring that was the scene of the call we were responding to. But when he said Lando was shot, I immediately surmised that they were involved. So I hooked Michael up right quick, walked him around his car, walked him around as my backup was coming. And as I walked him around, we got to the passenger door. I looked at Orlando with the door open, and I knew he was gravely, if not dead at the time, he was near death. I immediately called for paramedics and stuff, walked him back a little bit away from the car. And that's when my help showed up. A couple of my gang guys, Richardson and Aguirre, they popped up. And then I think eventually the chief rolled up, Yuri Taylor rolled up. But I immediately said, I got to get to the scene. So I turned Al, Michael Duro, I turned him over to my two officers to take to the station as the other officers waited for the paramedics to show up. The paramedics apparently showed up. I wasn't here because I took off, went around the corner to go to the scene of the shooting, which was at the car wash. But that's kind of how things happen right in here. We're coming down from the scene where Orlando, Al, Michael Duro flagged me down. But I rode, I can hear shots, but at the same time, I can hear dispatch putting out over the radio gunshot victims at the car wash over on Alameda, on Alondra. So I start responding from the rear lot. Right in front of you in that brown building, right past these trees, is the rear lot of the police department.
You Raven?
I don't recall if I was leaving the station or coming out of the station when I heard the shots and when I heard the dispatcher over my radio saying gunshot victims at the car wash over there on Alondra, on West Alondra. At the time, it's Compton Sheriff Station now, but at that time, it was Compton Police Department. And this wall wasn't up here like this. This retainer and this gate and all were put in by the Sheriff Department when they came in 2000. But back in 93 or 92, when this happened, this was Compton Police Department rear lot, and this is where I rode out of to head toward the gunshot victims. A lot of people didn't want to believe the scenario we had that day about him heading back to Southside. They was figuring that he should have been trying to go to the hospital, which Martin Luther King would have been the nearest one, emergency room, but that's going the other way. Matter of fact, I did talk to him after he was arrested. He told me he was trying to get to the hood to get some help for Orlando.
All right. Look at Keefe D right here laughing. Orlando would have knocked out Tupac and Suge Knight. Hold on, y'all. You said niggas gonna find out. Don't gaslight a fire sign, right? You lit on fire.
Elaine Anderson. The sources that we'll be using will be from The Guardian, Associated Press, LA Times, and documentaries Rap Murder and A&E Who Killed Tupac, and more. In the beginning, Orlando Tyve Anderson was born on August 13, 1974 in the city of Compton, California. Orlando had been in an unsecured childhood. His father, Harvey Lee Anderson, split with his mother, Charlotte Davison, but Orlando had grown up with his great-grandmother, Utah Williams, housed on 1409 South Boris Avenue, surrounded by his aunts, uncles, and grandparents in the city of Compton. Before Orlando Anderson was born, Grandma Utah moved to Compton in the 1950s when it was an affluent middle-class neighborhood, owing to watch the property values crash as whites fled, also known as white flight. She was born in Texas just before the outbreak of the First World War and had left the South in the Great African American Migration northwards. South Central California boomed briefly during the Second World War as LA's munitions industry soaked up labor, but the war ended and South Central turned into a massively overpopulated slum. The economy was changing, jobs were disappearing, and crime started to soar. Orlando's mother, Charlotte, worked 12-hour shifts as a bookkeeper to support her children. But on most weekends, there would be some large family gatherings that brought everyone together to play sports and have a big meal. At 11 years old, Anderson befriended future Nutty Block Compton Crip Al Hassan, also known as BG Knockout. He was then known as Arlandis Hinton. During his teen years, Orlando Anderson was reported to have passing his exams and earning good grades. He attended Manuel Dominguez High School, which boasts famous alumni such as the rap group NWA members Eazy-E, Eric Wright, MC Ren, Lorenzo Patterson. He transferred to the San Fernando Valley Williams Howard Taft Charter High School. NWA rapper Ice Cube, O'Shea Jackson's alma mater, before returning to Taft for his final year of high school. After graduating in 1992, Anderson attended Compton Community College before dropping out.
Be careful, Raven.
While he may have been smart in school, Baby Lay wanted to be also smart in the streets. He would start to converse with gang members who he met in high school and his neighborhood. Gang members were in Orlando's family. He made friends with them, and he wanted to be one of them. Therefore, he decided to turn his life into becoming a gang member himself. A gang member. In his early teens, Anderson became affiliated with the Compton, California-based Southside Crips street gang and guarded the nickname Baby Lane, compiling a criminal record that includes arrests for assault and robbery along the way. He was called Baby Lane for living the street life at a young age. He was also called on the streets as Lando, short for Orlando. Anderson would eventually serve time in juvenile detention with his best friend BG Knockout after getting into legal trouble. The lampposts on South Boroughs, where Orlando grew up, are all spray painted with the letters SS, South Side. A stop sign has been redesigned in blue aerosol paint and read, "Can't stop the SSC." This is the Southside Crip territory. It was a typical South Central family history in many ways. Baby Lane lived with his high school sweetheart, Rashina Smith, in her apartment in Lakewood, just southeast of Compton. She was a student nurse. They had two girls, Crystal, then age 2, and Courtney, 1. But he was also juggling another relationship with another girl named Thais Lanier, who had just given birth to a girl, Ariel. He also had fathered another daughter, making him a father of 4. One of the mothers of Anderson's children is the cousin of his best friends, Destra and BG Knockout. Orlando Anderson's maternal uncle, Dwayne Keith Davis, better known as Keefy D, lived in the White House next door to him. Keefy D was also a Southside Compton Crip member who made millions of dollars as a drug dealer. Orlando had a close relationship with his half-brother Pooh, and together they have founded a music record company called Success Records. He then worked at a local hydraulic shop until the middle of 1996. Orlando Anderson had aspirations to work in the entertainment industry. He wanted to be a famous rap artist and screenwriter. Baby Lay and Keefy Davis have a cameo in the Blaze It Up music video by Mel Lowe featuring Redman, as you can see in this video. The Catalyst. Orlando Anderson was an active gang member in 1996. He would be arrested for shootings that occurred in Compton. He and his friend Corey Edwards were reported suspects in the shooting and murder of Jake Robles, who was a friend and bodyguard of Death Row CEO Suge Knight. In 1996, Anderson was involved in an altercation at the Lakewood Mall. where he and his entourage assaulted Trayvon Lane, a member of Death Row Records, and snatched his Death Row medallion. There was rumored to be a bounty placed on the Death Row medallions by their rivals, the Compton Crips, of which Anderson was a respected member. This move was extremely disrespectful and infuriated Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and the rest of the Death Row entourage. On September 7, 1996, after the Bruce Seldon versus Mike Tyson fight, Trayvon Lane coincidentally spotted Anderson by himself in the MGM and told Tupac and the rest of the Death Row entourage that Anderson was the one responsible for snatching his medallion. It was reported that Shakur approached Anderson and asked, "You from the South?" Anderson nodded and Shakur punched Anderson in the face, knocking him down to the ground. In the MGM,
Tupac asked him, "Is he from the South?"
and told Tupac and the rest of the Death Row entourage that Anderson was the one responsible for snatching his medallion. It was reported that Shakur approached Anderson and asked, "You from the South?" Anderson nodded and Shakur punched Anderson in the face, knocking him down to the ground. Tupac Shakur can be seen on the MGM security camera running over to Anderson with the rest of his entourage, throwing the first punch. Anderson then suffered a rather severe beatdown as he was essentially jumped by 5 members with no one to help. However, according to BG Naka's interview with Vlad TV, Anderson escaped.
BG up there telling too. And I like BG, but he's a part of Eazy-E's crew, you know. Well, it's the knockout definition of what did he say? It's the knockout definition original baby gangster. Approach me like you hard motherfucker, I'ma shank ya. That's him. Go listen to real motherfucking G's.
The worst of the beating by managing to cover his face during the attack.
Approach me like you whore.
After Tupac was shot, the Las Vegas police were strongly criticized for failing to conduct follow-up interviews with the possible witnesses who were in the car behind Suge Knight. The witnesses and gang members were reluctant to talk to the police. Suge was the only person in the car with Tupac. Las Vegas police frostedly described him as uncooperative. Knight would stick with the street code by not cooperating with law enforcement. 6 days later, after the shooting, at 4:03 p.m. on Friday the 13th of September 1996, Tupac Shakur was pronounced dead. The world will mourn the loss of one of the most influential rap figures, and many conspiracies will surround his death. The war. As Orlando Anderson and his entourage returned to Compton, word on the street was that Orlando Anderson, of being the trigger man, sparked the city into an abyss of gunfire. In Compton, a bloody war broke out between the North and South Side. Over the next few days, police counted 12 shooting incidents and 3 fatalities. Paranoia gripped the neighborhood. There were rumors that the Bloods were being offered $10,000 for every Southside Crip they killed. On the night of October 2nd, 300 police officers swept down on the houses of known gangbangers in Compton and neighborhoods to the south and east. The raid was essentially part of the crackdown to halt the warfare, but it also gave the Compton police.
No, it was a part of a stop and frisk and justification to lock up everybody. He said, "Damn, COVID masks in the 90s.
He's the opportunity to arrest Orlando. However, he was never charged for the murder of Shakur. On one occasion, according to BG Knockout's interview with Vlad TV, Orlando Anderson was shot in both kneecaps with AK-47s. He was wheelchair bound for a year. He was severely injured from the Compton Street War, that it took him a while to walk again. The interviews.
Is it Orlando?
Yes.
Let me just ask you point blank. Did you kill?
And this is 2 years later, y'all. 98.
Tupac Shakur.
I'm not in.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at this idiot. Look at this idiot. All right, almost 4 hours into tonight's show. Y'all hit the like button. You can contribute to tonight's show at $PTV 888. That is $PTV 888. $PTV 888. That is $PTV 888. Now here we got Orlando Anderson doing the same thing Keefe D did. Has a smile, like a little smirk. See how he's answering the question, but in his head, he's like envisioning everything with a slight grin on his face.
And kill Tupac.
Wild to walk again. The interviews.
Is it Orlando?
Yes.
Let me just ask you point blank. Did you kill Tupac Shakur?
I didn't kill Tupac. I mean, I don't know why, you know what I'm saying? They would even say something like that. I mean, you know, I just want to tell everyone that, you know what I mean, I didn't do it, and I feel sorry for him, you know what I'm saying, his fans and his, and his family.
Anderson in civil court. They claim there is evidence he was in the white Cadillac that night in Las Vegas, that he got out and fired the shots.
From 1995 to date, have you ever ridden in a white Cadillac?
No.
Do you know anyone who owns a white Cadillac?
No.
Anderson, an alleged Los Angeles gang member, has vigorous.
The crazy part is I saw a documentary where the guy was talking and the white Cadillac was literally in the background. And he was like, yeah, that's the same Cadillac used in the Tupac hit. That was the same Cadillac used in the Tupac hit. Give me 1 second, Charles. Let me run and grab some water. I'll be right back.
Denied any involvement in the murder and in depositions claimed he was not at the scene. The estate.
Were you involved in any way in the death of Tupac Shakur?
No, I was not involved. I mean, I'm like a victim. You know what I'm saying? I feel, you know what I'm saying, sorry for him. And, you know, like I said, I was a fan of him. I mean, I've been thinking, you know, maybe I'm like scapegoat or something. I just want to let everybody know, you know what I'm saying, I ain't, you know what I'm saying, I didn't do it.
The downfall. On May 29, 1998, during twilight hours, Utah Williams.
That man up here lying his ass off. Shout outs to my brother Commandante Lou in the building, dropping the huge $5 on the Bitcoin. Shout outs to Lou. Blessing the show with some Bitcoin. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting tonight's show. Make sure you guys follow along and do the same and contribute to tonight's show. 3 hours and 50 minutes into tonight's show. Okay? It's time that I can't get back. All right? I'm up here editing some videos. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Player Talk Radio so y'all can get you know, be the first to see these videos before it takes off. All right? It's Player Talk Radio. All right, let's get back into it. You say he tried his best to hide, but his body language, yeah. But remember, y'all. I know he look like an old nigga, but these are kids. These are kids still. You know, he just in Compton, stressed out. He got all them kids. He look older, but he's a kid still. You can read his body language, crazy, and it sends a message to the other Crips. The lip licking and the head tilting and the slight smiling, and it's like, bro, come on, man. You got more than 3 indicators that you did. You know something. We know this now. We've been seeing it so much. We've seen it at an astronomical rate. You know, that was shocking back then because TV was the biggest thing then. You know? All right, let's go.
The 85-year-old matriarch at the heart of Orlando's family died in the hospital where she'd been taken after a fall. Orlando Anderson was reported for not having a history for drinking nor smoking. However, due to the loss of his grandmother, Baby Lane was drinking all night with his fellow Southside Crip, Michael Reed Duro, to cope with the loss. Orlando's mother, Charlotte, remained at the hospital, so Orlando, who had been waiting for her at the family home, decided to go out and get a burger at Mom's Burgers with Michael Duro. At about 3:10 p.m. that afternoon, Anderson and Duro drove his black Chevy Blazer to Rob's Car Wash located at Alondra Boulevard and Oleander Avenue near Compton High School. The car wash was across the street from Mom's Burgers. Anderson pulled on the side of the car wash and got into an argument about an unpaid drug debt with Corner Pocket Crip member Jerry J-Dog Stone, who witnesses say immediately brandished a weapon. Jerry Stone was not alone. He was also accompanied by his older, taller, and stockier brother, Michael Big Stone. Big Stone reportedly stood between 6'4" to 8 inches, towering over his enemies. He made sure that his younger brother, Jared...
I'm gonna lie, I hate to burst y'all bubble, because niggas, especially in the manosphere, like to talk that height shit. Oh, niggas in the manosphere love to talk that height shit. That height shit don't fly too well in a gunfight. I'll just let the cat out the bag right there. That height shit, you crouching and all that other stupid shit, that don't fare too well in a gunfight. Okay, being tall is not a plus in a gunfight. I just want to let you. We just gonna throw that out there. All right, Marines. You know the Marines in the Army, the ones that beat the shit out you. Them niggas are shorter dudes. They like 5'8", 5'9", and shit. That tall shit don't fly when bullets get to flying. All right, you're tall. You would just be one tall dead nigga. All right, so just letting y'all know that shit right out the gate. I've seen some tall niggas get chipped off. All right, so
it was safe. Witnesses also say that Michael Duro talked to Jerry Stone into putting the gun away, and that's when Orlando Baby Lane Anderson pulled out his gun and a battle ensued. Anderson drew first blood and pulled out his 9mm gun. Anderson shot Jerry Stone twice before being slain himself in a hail of bullets. Anderson reportedly shot Stone to death before Jerry's brother and fellow Corner Pocket Crip, Michael Stone, in turn shot Orlando Anderson.
Right, Sal's. Daddy Longleg trying to run from shooting and shit. Nigga, your ass look like Shaq trying to duck somebody with a Draco. Like, Shaq, bro, your big back ass, we see you. We see you. We see you. Nigga will blow your whole back plate off.
And dead center in the chest. Orlando slumped over the wheel after being hit. Michael Duro, who had been shot as well from Michael Stone, noticed when Anderson dropped his gun, a wounded Duro recovered.
And it do hit different when Mike on Mike crime. Nigga, Mike shot Mike.
It returned fire, killing Michael Stone. Duro shot both the Stone brothers even after they both hit the ground. After killing Michael Stone, Michael Duro attempted to flee the scene by driving Anderson's Blazer from the passenger side, and it crashed. This location was 6 blocks away from the police station. A barrage of 30 shots go off. Police hear the gunfire and immediately drive towards the turf war. Police arrived at the scene of the crime. The Blazer vehicle was riddled with bullet holes. The paramedics were on their way to assist the wounded gang members. Officer Ray Richardson talked to the mortally wounded Anderson to get a confession about the Tupac murder. Orlando Anderson exchanged his last words to be harsh.
It's crazy because that Trailblazer was leaning on one tire just like that BMW was leaning on one tire.
Words to an officer before he gurgled and lost conscious. Ironically, Orlando Anderson's alleged victim, Tupac Shakur, his last words were towards the police officer Chris Carroll, who came to his aid to get a confession on who shot him in his fatal shooting in Las Vegas. All four men were transported to the Martin Luther King Jr. / Drew Medical Center. Anderson and the Stone brothers were both pronounced dead shortly after their arrival. The hospital is now Martin Luther King Jr. Harbor Hospital. However, word on the street is it is the hospital known for being called Killer King's Hospital due to the high mortality rates, especially for black men. Anderson will be listed as one of the casualties. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was 23 years old when he died. He is survived by his 4 daughters who lived more years on earth than he did. Michael DeRoe was the only person who survived the gun battle. He was treated and then arrested by local police.
Yeah.
He was later convicted for the murders of Michael Big Stone, Jerry J-Dog Stone, and his best friend Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, despite the fact that he didn't fire the shots that killed him. According to California Penal Code Section 190.2 Subdivision A, Item 22, Anderson's murder was considered a drive-by, and by DeRoe firing shots at others outside the car with the intent to kill, he was responsible for everyone who died. On October 6, 1999, he was sentenced to 3.
Damn, so they pinned the shooting on the old boy, and he probably didn't kill nobody. And I don't see how he could have got self-defense, but maybe they got him because he was a Crip. Ain't that crazy? Crip on Crip crime, y'all. There's a hospital in H-Town, Ben Taub, nicknamed Ben Knob, because they would just amputate your shit. God damn. Yeah, some of y'all better take that donor shit off your they ain't gonna keep you alive. Don't have that donor shit on your license.
3 life terms without the possibility of parole, plus 49 years, just like his father, Michael DeRoe Sr., several years prior.
Shout outs to everyone here. We are eclipsing the 4th hour of tonight's show. Considering contributing to tonight's show, usually people do an hour or two, and leave y'all high and dry. All right, we still in it. It's Player Talk Radio. We still in it, man. We just going over this documentary on Orlando Anderson. Yeah, he went out sad, you know. Shout outs to Lou. He said, in the military, we used to be taught not to have donor on your ID because if you're captured, they'll just harvest your shit. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, that's the same thing with these hospitals. They ain't trying to keep you alive, you know. If they see that,
the Stone
let there be no millionaire in that hospital that need a kidney or some shit, and they see some shit like that.
brothers were buried in the mausoleum at the Roosevelt Memorial Park in the city of Los Angeles. Orlando Anderson and his great-grandmother Utah Williams were buried in the same day, just as they died the same day. Both of them are buried in the Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Long Beach, California.
I'm not gonna lie, this Grand Theft Auto song is killing me.
This cemetery is also the resting place of Tupac's friend and death row artist, the King of Hooks, Nate Dogg, who died several years after Baby Lane. This is the last lane for Orlando Anderson. His uncle KVD was incarcerated the day before his death. He lived by the phrase,
These days, you gotta stay strapped. I'm already knowing ain't nobody have my back. Hold on, y'all. Oh, let me charge this laptop. Who said it was easy? Claiming dog pound. Oh. Oh. All right, let's get back into it.
Lived by the gun and died by the gun. He was loved by his family and friends. His supporters saw him as a true gang member who lived the real street life and a hitter from the city of Compton. As for others, he is despised for his killing allegations, including the murder of Tupac Shakur. This was the story of Orlando Baby Lane Anderson.
Thank you for watching this video. Please.
All right. Rest in peace, Tupac. Hold on. Here you go, and admitting it right here. I feel remorse for Tupac, but attacking Baby Lane gave us the green light. See? Told on himself. Told on himself. All right, let's see what Wack has to say. Why are people insisting that Diddy got something to do with it? What Wack be capping too, man. Let's see.
Called on them YouTubers. Let's get ready. We got content. I'm gonna be real. If he line puff up, ain't nothing on the West Coast gonna give a f about it.
Absolutely not.
The greatest rapper after Dylon.
Daddy somewhere on himself right now.
Dylon.
Oh, that's why he's been giving. He probably knew about this was coming. He knew this was coming.
Let me tell you something, bro. That Keefy D got to be 60, 58, 59, 60.
What's poppin', everybody? Back with another video. In this video, we got Whack 100 in the 100 ENT room. They're talking about Keefy D just getting arrested in connection with Tupac's murder and how this is going to affect Diddy. Let's get into this content. We'll talk after the video. Yeah.
Yo.
What up? What up, Whack?
They just snatching
Whack. What up?
It's looking bad.
They just snatched Keefy D?
They snatched him for the murder of Tupac. And for them to get it.
They had to have something at the house.
For them to get him, they got something.
It seemed like just kept talking.
Bro, look. When I seen that say I'm the one passed him the gun,
it was over with.
Yeah, I was like, why?
You gotta remember, bro. He had amnesty from LA County.
I'll be back, y'all.
Yeah. LA County.
I don't
He ain't have it from Nevada.
Yeah.
The murder happened in Nevada. LA County was investigating it to try to cross it to make it a feds. Remember, Greg Kading said he was contracted through the feds to have a special unit. So when all his work was going back to see if we can cross it to the feds, when that started doing these podcasts, talking about he passed the gun to his nephew, that is accessory.
Yeah.
Whack. Murder has no statute of limitations either.
Statute of limitations to a body.
And then he was living in Nevada.
He living in Nevada.
And they hit his home in Nevada. A homie owned it.
Yeah, I'm looking now in this.
They're gonna have a press conference in like 11 or 12 Cali time.
We might need to run that.
I don't.
We gotta.
I don't see the exact article, but I am seeing a senior editor for the Huffington Post and the AD. They came out and it's just a one-liner says Las Vegas police arrest man in suspicion of the murder in the 1996 drive-by of the shooting of Tupac Shakur. AP sources cite the man apprehended is Keefy D. So
there it is. They got. Oh,
you can't make that up though. all that talking on Vlad and all that other bull, it caught up with him. So I mean, pretty much in this situation on Wack, I mean, I don't see what his defense would be.
There isn't one.
there ain't one.
Let me tell you what's about to happen. Because Nevada's bringing the charges, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see the police, Greg Cadence, and his partner, what's the black dude name in the movie? Dupers or whatever they call him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Greg Cadence is retired. The other one is still active.
Yeah.
But them to give him immunity in L.A. means Keefe D did what?
He cooperated and told
He told him what he did, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Keefe D is going to attempt to get up there and say, I was just lying during the interview, saying this is the only route he could take, right? Who you think they're going to call to stand?
From that point, what you would call the
two officers.
You'll call the two officers.
Yep. What did you give him immunity for? What was said, or what did you guys have proof that whatever? Well, we had proof. It was he told us that he passed the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, y'all remember I told you this. Puff Daddy somewhere on himself right now.
That's why he's been giving. He probably knew about this coming. He knew this coming.
Let me tell you something, bro. That Keefe D got to be 60, 58, 59, 60. If he got out once, what you think he gonna do on nigga who he feel then left him for dead, ain't never acknowledged him, boom, 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 boom.
And Wack, I don't know.
Where did the hit take place? How Wack? Who did it come from? Who did he? Everything.
This can get ugly.
Gonna get nasty, Wack.
This can get ugly.
Hey, it's interviews where that lightweight he dry telling already on Puff.
No, listen, bro. That 58, he get put in the box.
He ain't doing life.
20 years is life to him. They can get out 20 years with halftime that sound like life.
Facts.
Right? All right. Well, you know what you know. Well, if I give you whoop-de-whoop, whoop-de-whoop-whoop, and I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real. If he line Puff up, ain't nothing on the West Coast going to give a fuck about it.
Absolutely not.
This is perfect timing for a like him to get out on it, and can't nobody really say nothing because all these that's getting down on this is cool. I'm telling you, that Puff shaking like Don Knotts.
Wack, you just
man, you said that 2 years ago too. You hit it right on the head too. Wack. You was right on about it.
Yo, this
everybody be thinking that Wack just be talking.
Like you been said that he should have shut the fuck up. You been said, man, Keefe D need to shut the fuck up and just go live his life, or he need to. You've been saying that.
I don't know. Diddy may not be in Vegas for a long time, fellas.
See, he dropping album.
Right when they dropped that motherfucking interview, that's gonna go crazy. Or that mother press conference of them arresting Keefe D. Man, Puffy gonna go lose his mind.
So what they saying? Keefe D did it?
Yup. They arrested him. They arrested him today.
They're gonna say he passed the gun because that's what he said.
It's accessory to murder.
That's what he had immunity from the other people saying he did.
Accessory, isn't it? Would that be accessory Wack? Accessory to murder right there, but murder has murder has no. Yeah, that's the L.
L.
I was just gonna say, it just came across the news in Chattanooga. Tupac's killer in a drive-by has been arrested.
There it is.
Wait, it just came across, and guess
it just
about 7 minutes ago.
Wack got that about 10 minutes ago. Wack, you dropped that.
I got it straight.
Exclusive.
I got it straight. The lady hit me. He just took him from my house.
Oh, his lady.
Hey, Beast.
What up, Wack?
That got this put up for to go crazy.
Yeah, you going viral. This is already going viral.
All right, I'm back. What's going on, RG3? What's going on in the building? What's going on? My bad. RG3 in the building. My bad, y'all. I just got back. You said, Kuda, what up, man? You said people will probably try to blame Vlad when he snitched on himself. Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier. Vlad is taking a bit of credit for it. But he literally told on himself, because I did hear when he said, he handed him the gun. But then I saw an older interview where he tried to say he just threw the gun in the back seat. You know? So it's going to get weird, y'all. It's definitely going to get weird. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Contribute to tonight's show. We've been on for 4 hours and 12 minutes. Let's go. Let's get back into it. Wack doing what Wack does. I'm just trying to see how they're going to tie Puffy into this. This is, you know, I'm hearing all the Puffy conspiracy. Some of it sounds, hey, that's interesting. Some of it's like, I don't know. And then some of it's like, well, let's see. And I wonder if Keefe D is going to say, hey, Puff was supposed to pay for this and blah, blah, blah. So if something like this happens, I would have been straight. Because Tupac was a thorn in his side. Whoop-de-whoop. You know? But we'll see. Let's go.
Oh, you know, they're already on this.
Yo, Las Vegas police arrest man on suspicion of murder in 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. Then, listen, I put bad boy, what you gonna do with the music emoji? Y'all know the rest. What you gonna do when they come?
Wow, I just seen that. You crazy. Bad boy.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Hey, yo, Wack. Yo, that's going viral. And I put P. Diddy shaking like Don Knotts. I had it for
Yo, this is
my story.
Nasty work, bro. This is nasty work.
You said it, man. You said it a year ago when you told me to read that book.
I said they snatched that Puff in trouble.
He got a lot of karma coming his way.
That is in trouble.
Hey, Wack, you think if they come for him, they gonna Bill Cosby him? People gonna start coming out of woodworks with all type.
Bro,
they gonna start hitting him with everything.
Listen, bro. Keefe D is a reliable source. Documented.
From the LA office. From LA.
Interviews. He put Puffy name in it. We never knew Puffy was cool until he started doing interviews. Like, if you went from that side of the map, but like, I start watching the interviews, I'm like, damn, Puffy gave him the lowrider. He was telling a lot, bro.
That got me thinking, what made this start talking on interviews also?
Going, bro. I want to hear that.
Like 5 series with Vlad.
Yeah, Vlad just Vlad just did some on Bomb First. I seen Vlad, and he said that motherfucking that the detectives called him from the Las Vegas Police Department asking him about Keefe D. I just seen that just drop. I seen that just drop.
You might have to get Reds in the room, man.
Keefe D cooked himself.
I just see that
he jumped in the oven.
And you know Vlad told everything.
Vlad told everything. He couldn't wait to tell him.
And I got a file for you. Oh, I couldn't wait for you guys to call. I got a file right here. Hold on. Your email?
I got this interview right, and watch you repost the flashback interviews. Man.
Vlad got an FBI windbreaker
hey, yeah,
jacket.
Vlad definitely gonna repost.
It just went. So who's Bomb First? That's Reggie Wright, isn't it? Bomb First is Reggie Wright. Okay, well he's going live. He just went live with the Keefe D arrested for Tupac's murder. It's going up now. Now that's.
I've been hearing that since I was a little girl. That dude was involved.
Yeah, Keefe D. They always say Keefe D name on everything.
Keefe D saying Keefe D name.
I'm talking about Diddy.
Oh yeah, Diddy. Yeah, they always.
So look, that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at it like this. I'm not saying this is going on, but I'm like, again, I'm questioning why did start talking about this all of a sudden, and I'm looking at it like this. Not saying it's the case. I'm like, what if it's a play to line Diddy up the whole time? Like, what if somebody paid? Start talking interviews.
Yeah, it's like he was covering his ass. You right?
You feel me?
Yo, didn't Keefe say something about Puff owing him some money? He ain't paying more for something like that.
Yeah,
something like that. That might have been it.
Hey, look up top, Wack. Look up top. Reggie White just went live. He's going live with it. I just put the link up.
Look, bro. This is real. Y'all want to know why the industry be mad at me? I got a handful of love me to death because I keep them right, and we brothers like that. We get money, whatever. We've been knowing each other before this was up. It's be knowing I know what's going on, and you guys, the peasants, the people that's beneath them, aren't supposed to be privy to the whack pull up on the block with my people.
Hey, y'all gotta fix
and I
y'all
don't hold
audio.
nothing back.
I don't be over at Clubhouse.
This is why they be like, you this. You never realize you don't hear none of these dispute what I say about them. Did you hear Master P dispute it? Every time Jay Prince said I lied, I put something up to counter him. What did he eventually do?
They don't ever respond,
All
Wack.
his mission is to shut me down. You notice this 21 Savage. What did he do?
Left that.
He shut up.
Shut the.
Bro, listen, bro. I'm not. You see how CL coming here talking about what just came on the news, but 7 minutes prior to it, and it took me 3 minutes to come on Clubhouse.
But he did exactly what they wanted him to do. He blew the proffer deal. Like, man, it's crazy because these are the stories that, like, growing up in Compton and like grew up in the South. So like I heard these stories my whole life. Like my whole life I heard the stories what Keefe D's talking about. And it just like now everything coming to fruition. The Feds just made a chess move. Like they don't give a about Keefe D. They don't care about taking Keefe D down. They want Keefe D to get on that stand and talk about that $1 million that they already know about, so that it's on court records. Now you can summon Diddy to court. So this ain't even about Keefe D. They don't give a about Keefe D. They made him break that proffer.
You know what, Brown? I don't know what he's talking about, y'all, because he.
No.
So y'all think that this about Diddy?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they about to come out like I heard somebody say they about to Bill Cosby. Man, so many people.
Yo, because you see what he tried to do though. You see what Diddy's been trying to do though. He's been giving people their back. He's been doing all kind of friendly just because he don't want them to go testify against him on some wild. So he's trying to clean his shit image up right now.
That stipulation to get your message back, you can't even mention Bad Boy no more.
Yeah.
Like you can't. And then I'm gonna tell you another thing. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when that Kim Porter pop back up. You know what I mean? Because she was writing a book, and like
they
you know,
said he has something to do with
Hey, Brown, I got a
shit.
question, Brown.
what's good?
Do you know all this information because you are part of the Illuminati? Because
No, I heard that.
Nah, man, you talking to that grew up that grew up with Orlando Anderson family members that grew up with around Keefe D people. Like these are folklores that I heard as a child, like, and they come into fruition in front of the whole world, and it's just crazy to see. It's just crazy to witness.
How old are you?
I'm
That's
32.
that's so true, Lou. And if they haven't fixed it, it's plaguing them till this day. You did. Oh man! Shout outs to Commandante Lou in the building. Shout outs to RG3 in the building. Shout outs to Sal's in the building. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
he
you didn't grow up with them. I said I grew up with his
He said it with those family members.
Family members. I know.
Yeah, he said they're family members. He said he grew up with their family members and like as growing up with kids with them, growing up with their kids and that he heard these folklores and all this. You know, they talk around him being from the city and that he's been around that. So no, I mean I agree with you. We've all heard this same.
Like if you on Clubhouse, you might as well just start a podcast. It is 2023. We are not doing the party line no more, man.
Yeah, they definitely saying he had something to do with the wife. Cause I mean the baby mom, whatever. And she was putting that he was gay in his book or something. I mean in her book.
Wait, so that's a conspiracy? Diddy
That's a
get cooked by?
conspiracy. That's a conspiracy. Yeah, that he was about to get cooked by her in the book. She was gonna expose a lot of like in their relationship that happened. And then you see the dude, is that Cassie boyfriend or husband that keep calling him gay? Like Cassie told him that she don't want to speak on. But why would he just be so adamant that this?
Damn.
Yeah, I think they said she died.
So he got a whole squad full of trying to cook him.
Because I think he white. He stay posting something about him, like telling them to just come out the closet and like that.
Take that. All right, looking good. Hey, looking good for your boy, man. What's up with Diddy, man? Wait, we talk about Keefe D no more. We know what's going on with him, but goddamn, since we know what's going on with him, we looking at Diddy like Diddy.
Young Miami about to dip real quick like a regular. Get up out of there.
And that ain't going nowhere.
You think he's gonna dip out like Russell Simmons did? You know what I mean? You think he's dipping out?
Out of there. Man, he about to get up out of there. Watch.
Wherever he go, that's
There's plenty of places he could go. Qatar, there's a lot of places he could go without extradition. That's a lot of
probably already gone.
Yeah, I think if she putting, she gonna be on the back end because if they about to slander his name, like she can't. I don't know. Pete might not recommend she be attached to that.
I'm about to go on Diddy Instagram and tell her, you going to jail now.
shit getting ugly for him. But I don't know.
Let's see if he turned his comments off. Yeah, hold on.
Let's see what happened though.
Who said
Any
he
more
turned his
thoughts
comments
on
off?
that?
Or they trying to see
No,
him?
I'm saying I'm about to see if he turned this. I'm about to see if he turned them off. Yeah, hold on. No, he ain't turned them off. We about to after what I'm about to put.
Yeah, he's still on that album promo run. He ain't turning it off.
Hey, so y'all think Diddy has something to do with it?
God damn, bro.
You think you need to stop yelling?
Oh shit, my bad. I'm in this big ass truck. Now I say y'all think Diddy has something to do with it?
That's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's what
past
I've
30
been
minutes.
told my
Chase, you
whole
owe me
life.
$50.
I heard that my whole life. I also heard he had something to do with Biggie, but you know, I don't know.
My opinion is I don't.
You said I heard that shit my whole life. Well, y'all some zillennials, man. Y'all some Z's. Too much Z's on me. Too much Z's on me. You said if P Diddy get locked up, Usher, Jadakiss, and Fabulous gonna be laughing in tears of joy. Fleece Johnson in their life is now Fleece Johnson in their life is now in prison. That's funny as hell. He's not gonna get locked up, but if they don't have the money, because they said it was $1 million, but if they don't have the money, what could they really charge Diddy for? They probably would charge him for him putting out a hit, but honestly, they've been selling the retaliation piece. They've been saying I'm sorry, I got a thumbnail on one of my videos. Y'all gonna laugh at it. They've been pushing the retaliation piece for the longest time, y'all. You know, so I probably could charge Diddy with murder. I don't know, but honestly, the retaliation piece holds up way more than Diddy being a part of anything. Now, Diddy is affiliated with some Crips who probably are tapped in or know, the LA chapter, but I don't know, man. Somebody in this case, just due to the fact that it lasted so long, or is gonna walk away scot-free. And the fucked up part is that me saying that is the person that was supposed to walk away scot-free, Keefe D, went, and the letters are in his name, Fed, went federal on his own damn self. He was scot-free. Guess not.
I don't think Diddy is going to go down for this. I don't think he's going to get tied into this whole situation with Keefe D, just because it seems like Puff always knows how to finagle his way out of trouble. Like Puff's been doing that ever since the nightclub shooting with Shine and J-Lo situation. Like,
and that's the thing. Everything, like, Puff is like the Little Durk of his day, sort of. Other than, Little Durk don't be dancing and shit like that, but everything around him gets shot up or something happened at one point. And then a lot of people, look, if Puff did it too, look how quick Biggie died right after Pac. So a lot of people wasn't going to pin that murder on him while he was mourning Biggie. And I find it crazy that they're blaming it on Puff and not Biggie. That's the new generation shit. That's this new generation. Growing up, since everybody want to talk about what they heard growing up. Growing up, remember back in the day, they were saying Biggie did it, not Puff. Puff was just collateral because he was rolling with Biggie, but they were saying, yo, Biggie did it. And Biggie should fear for his life. And Biggie started chilling. Biggie was sad about it. He was like, look, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I got my career to tend to. They were blaming it on Biggie, not Puff. They were like, "Oh, Biggie had something to do with it. Biggie's next." This blaming it on Puff Daddy is some new shit to me, at least. I mean, I've heard, oh yeah, Puffing them and blah blah blah, but they were mainly saying it was Biggie. And then Biggie had the "I'm going back to Cali." I heard more of it. Biggie called it. Biggie did it more than Puff. But his new generation, oh, it's Puff. It's Puff.
Just always had a way to sidestep and get out of situations, man. That's probably his most. That's probably his biggest talent. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it, like all the artists that he did wrong, all the artists that's upset with him, he's never had to deal with the backlash or blowback or even see any of them face to face to deal with that situation, man. He's always super protective. So I just don't see, I would be very shocked if, you know, Las Vegas PD come like charge Diddy, or you get a news report that says Diddy's taken into custody. That'd be a shock.
And anyhow, Diddy gets charged with any of this, Diddy gonna beat it. So it's not even getting to that. Diddy, anyhow, Diddy goes down for this, he's gonna beat it. Unless they got the smoking gun of him emailing Keefe D or talking to Keefe D or whatever. You know? And you know what case is slightly turning into this, y'all, when you really think about it? The Young Dolph case. Oh, yeah. You didn't think I was going to go there, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we got some content lined up this week. Y'all support tonight's broadcast 4 hours and 30 minutes into tonight's broadcast. Think about that Young Dolph. The Young Dolph situation. Guess who's in the seat of Diddy if that's the case? Yo Gotti. Oh, the Yo Gotti put a hit out. Oh, there's just so many people around that was doing this. Oh my God, how they do Dolph like that? Was it really those two guys? Is Dolph Killer already dead? This is the same shit like the Young Dolph case. Maybe Young Dolph had a little bit more moving parts in his case. But this the same shit like the Young Dolph case in a certain way. But honestly, I forgot about the detail about the police pulling over Suge Knight and stuff like that, and the confusion and stuff. Tupac would have been saved, I believe, had the police, or had he had gotten a medical attention very quickly. You know, now he would have been fucked up. I mean, look how much times Tupac got shot. Same thing like Young Dolph. And truth be told, when he got shot in New York, they said that the people that was there, Jimmy Henchman's dudes, they didn't even shoot him. Tupac had a gun in his pocket, and when he went to go reach for the gun in his pocket, he pulled the trigger and ended up shooting himself. And Tupac did a lot in the little time that he was, you know, he was moving like artists today. How quickly he was moving around. That it was godly like back then. Shit crazy, man.
In my life, because people been saying Diddy was.
The funny part is, in this case now, all the people that used to claim, because just last week people were claiming Tupac is still alive. Now y'all telling me he's not alive? Well, damn.
Fuck you, nigga. You think you hard? Wanna talk shit? Pick up the phone, bitch. This the real shit right here.
Shut the fuck up, you nitwit. You talking shit upon my shit, homeboy? You just a little punk ass, bitch. Fuck that.
Thousands of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit up on that ass right now. Big niggas, thick niggas, curvaceous niggas, affectionate niggas.
Mwah, nigga. You want that true nigga shit? Let's call the line off top.
1213-373-4253. Only $4.99 a minute. These niggas is desperate.
You call me fucker? Man, shut the fuck up, you tropical snake.
80s niggas. 90s niggas. Sleepy ass niggas.
Nigga.
Broke niggas. Baroque niggas. Parmesan niggas. Mystery niggas, revealed niggas. Fake niggas. Famous niggas.
I'm alive, fool!
Sensitive niggas.
Yeah, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up.
And once
it's connected to Pac situate, his shooting allegedly for years, man. For years, since I was a young kid, I've been hearing about Diddy being connected to Pac. Of course, Diddy's denied that for years as well, but I just don't see that going in that direction. I think Keefy D is done. Yeah, he's done, but he's been on Vlad and every podcast basically telling people, yeah, I was involved, in Pac's drive-by. So it is what it is with that Keefy D. Now, whether he tries to throw Diddy in the mix, we'll see if that sticks, but I just don't.
My thing is if Keefy D was going to throw Diddy into the mix, he would have mentioned Diddy on the Vlad interviews. Would that make sense? But then again, people keep things in they back pocket for later. They gotta stop with this damn GTA music, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, contribute to tonight's show. Going down the rabbit hole.
Welcome to Hood War Stories. In this episode, I'll be discussing the life of Orlando Anderson. Orlando, also known as Baby Lane Anderson, was born on August 13th, 1974, in Compton, California. Despite the separation of his parents, Orlando had a secure childhood, as he was raised primarily by his grandparents and family members on South Boris Road. It was a typical South Central family history in many ways.
Like that.
His great-grandmother was born in Texas just before the outbreak of the First World War. She left the South during the Great Migration when many black families were moving northwards. His great-grandmother moved to Compton in the 1950s when it was an affluent middle-class neighborhood, only to watch the property value crash as white people fled. Orlando's mother worked 12-hour shifts as a bookkeeper to support her children. On the weekends, there would be a large family gathering that brought everyone together to play sports and have a big meal. A rapper friend of Orlando's remembers envying the closeness of Orlando's family. He said, "We all had problems with our parents. Our mothers were on crack and our dads weren't around. Orlando had something I didn't have, and that was a family. He was still in school. He ate every day. There were really no problems. Orlando didn't smoke, nor was he much of a drinker. During his early teen years, he got involved and got put on the Southside Compton Crips. But unlike the typical gang member, he was never convicted of any crime. Orlando was described by friends and classmates as a friendly, cool guy. He first attended Taft High School in the Valley, which is the same school Ice Cube went to. He was later transferred to Dominguez High School in Compton for his final year. Orlando received his diploma that year. His class ring remained his favorite piece of jewelry. That year, there were a staggering 803 gang-related deaths in LA County. The yearbook contained a full-page ad and several small ones for neighborhood mortuaries. Compton had been a war zone. To the north, near Linwood, bloods such as Mile Pyro and Ludus Park ruled. To the south, in Compton, were sets like Corner Pocket Crips, Kelly Park Crips, and Southsides. Murder rates climbed year by year, but the rest of the world wasn't paying attention. Until 1987, when former Compton Crip known as Eric Eazy-E Wright, who was a friend of Orlando's family, formed the group NWA. Then came Suge Knight, who was with Mob Power to the north. He wanted some of what Eazy-E had. Suge founded his business off the production talent of Dr. Dre, whom Suge allegedly strong-armed out of his contract with Eazy-E with the help of several Bloods and a few baseball bats. After 1992, Death Row flourished. The North was up, the South was down. Suge enjoyed playing the role of a godfather. It's no secret that he placed the Bloods from his neighborhood on his payroll. Money flooded into the north side of Compton, but at a price. Tupac wasn't from Compton. He was born out east. When he was locked up in 1995, Suge saw his chance to gain control of the fastest rising star in hip-hop. He arranged for a $1.4 million bail to release Tupac from jail pending his appeal. Joining Death Row made Tupac a superstar, but it also brought out a different side of him. With Death Row acting like a gang itself, Tupac eagerly took to the road. In his open-top Jaguar, Tupac would roll through the Mile Pyro neighborhood, proudly mixing in with his people. Ironically, it turns out what Orlando really dreamed of was a career in music. By 1996, the year he turned 21, he had made a little headway. He lived with his girlfriend in her apartment in Lakewood, which is just southeast of Compton. She was a student nurse, and by this time they had 2 girls. He was also juggling another relationship with another woman who had just gave birth to his 3rd child. In May of 1996, Orlando and his stepbrother decided to start a record label together. They named it Success Records. In July of 1996, there was an altercation between Orlando and Trevon Lane at Foot Locker in Lakewood Mall. Allegedly, Orlando tried snatching Trevon's Death Row medallion and it broke off his neck. Both parties left the mall with unresolved issues. Orlando's other passion was sports, so on September 7th, he drove to Las Vegas with his girlfriend in a borrowed car to watch the Mike Tyson fight. He checked into the Excalibur Hotel, just across the street from the MGM Grand. Tupac had ringside seats to the fight. Orlando had reportedly snuck in through the back. After the fight, Orlando waited around in the MGM Grand lobby, waiting for his Uncle Keith D and the rest of Southside. In the meantime, Suge, Tupac, Buntry, Trayvon, and others walked by. When Trayvon sees Orlando, he points him out as the dude who tried to take his chain. Tupac then went up to Orlando and allegedly asked, "You from South?" Usually it's the fan who approaches the star. This time it was the other way around. Tupac asked this question, then he pulled back his fist and slammed it to the side of Orlando's head, knocking him to the ground. And right after that, the rest of the mob jumped in, kicking Orlando in the head and body. The altercation got broke up by hotel security, then everyone scattered the area. Tupac went to the luxury hotel, while Suge went to his Vegas house to change for Club 662. Tupac and Suge met up later, then headed to 662. They were going northbound on the strip. They made a right on Flamingo heading east. A car with Southside members was allegedly heading west on Flamingo and saw Suge and Tupac's entourage, who were making themselves known with the music they were blasting and yelling at the fans. The car with Southside members allegedly made a U-turn, then pulled along the right side of Suge's car. Allegedly, Orlando took a gun, leaned over, and emptied the entire clip into Suge's car. 6 days later, Tupac Shakur was pronounced dead. It didn't take long before the rumors started flying that Orlando was the one who pulled the trigger. Back in Compton, a bloody war broke out between the North and South sides. Over the next few days, police counted 12 shooting incidents and 3 fatalities. There were rumors that Bloods were allegedly being offered $10,000 for every Southside Crip that was killed. On the night of October 2nd, 300 police officers swept down on the houses of known gang members in Compton. This raid was part of a crackdown to try and halt the warfare, but it also gave the Compton police an opportunity to arrest Orlando. The police arrested Orlando, not for the murder of Tupac Shakur, but for the April 12th slaying of Edward Webb. The police ended up releasing Orlando because they didn't have enough to link him to the murders. By 1998, things began looking up for Orlando. He would wake up early and take his pit bulls on morning runs. Him and his old lady had a new child. Orlando said, "God is with me. I'm not gonna worry about it. I can't spend the rest of my life on my shoulder." On May 29th, 1998, Orlando's grandmother died from natural causes at the hospital. Orlando's mother remained at the hospital, so Orlando, who had been waiting at a family home, decided to go out and get a burger with an old friend. A little after 3 p.m., they pulled into the parking lot of Sig's record store at the intersection of
That's
Alondra
crazy.
and
Dying the
Oleander.
same day your grandmother.
Although both groups are Crips, they are rivals. There proceeded to be an altercation over a money debt, and both sides began shooting. The brief but intense gun battle scattered bystanders and left 4 men sprawled on the pavement. All of them were gang members. With his friend in the passenger seat, Orlando tried to drive to safety. He only made it a few blocks to the corner of Willowbrook and Cocoa before lapsing into unconsciousness. The 3 were pronounced dead at the Martin Luther King Medical Center. The locals call it Killer King because so many of the young men who go there, often with gunshot wounds, are dead by the time they leave. Orlando was a fan of Tupac, who had claimed to own all his records. Orlando is survived by 4 daughters. I'd like to thank you guys for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Dang, bro. 2 years later. God dang it, Vlad. Vlad TV, man. All right, well, look. You know, we're not going to do a minute more and a minute less. It's Player Talk Radio. We got to do better, y'all. All right. We about to go. I might be back in the next hour or so. We might do a Starfield stream. But I got some more content lined up for you guys. But we definitely got to get the support up, all right? Shout outs to everybody that hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody that shared tonight's show. Shout outs to everybody that's supporting. Shout outs to everybody that's checking out the YouTube shorts. Shout outs to my brother Lou. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Raven, Sal. Shout outs to everybody. Link, RG3. Yes, sir. We will be back. Got some more game for you guys on the next couple of shows. All right? Putting that stuff together, man. Y'all head over to the shorts and, hey, man, be prepared to laugh. You're going to laugh. I just put out some fire. Get a part of it before they take off, all right? The channel's on the up and up. I want to thank everybody that likes and supports Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. We out. Peace.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, they stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
First of all, I come from a long line of tricks and hoes. Yes, what's the eyebrow thing? I come from a long line of hoes. I'm not the first one, maybe in this generation, but it go all the way back to slavery time. And before then, with the Egyptians and the Moors, a long line of selling pussy. I'm not the first one. My auntie, my mama don't like me saying her name in my interviews. Grandmama, great-grandmama, great-great-great-grandmama.
So was any of them in a $40 line?
$40.
The Pan-African was too stunned to speak. First of all, you did not greet me when you saw me, yet you came with the audacity to try to destroy my name. My friend, remove yourself from my sight. I have to make a phone call.
Special Lebanese unnecessarily
Ancestral
push!
You know, you're gonna need some sea moss to recover from that one. Luckily, I have some available. Only 3 easy payments of $6.99.95 per ounce.
Call now to get your ridiculously expensive sea moss while supplies last. Also, Prince Charles is a vampire.
That's
There's a fat dude right now at your job that likes the shit out you right now. He just got a goofy ass name like Vernon or some. Vernon is the perfect guy. He got an 800 credit score. He owns 3 properties. He take care of his mama. He got no kids. He got 90 grand in the bank. He clean your cubicle out every night when you leave. He know how you like your Subway sandwich. You the dude that's working on a mixtape. That's what you doing. He dropping you off in your car, going to the studio, / his cousin's house with the laptop to work on the project. Yeah, right. And every night you praying, Lord, send me somebody. God is like, bitch, take Vernon for a walk and get him some water, bitch. Y'all treat the friend zone dude so bad, he'll help you move twice. And you don't give him nothing but a big ass friendship hug. Thank you, Vernon. Oh my God, Vernon. Vernon in your leg. He's like, ew, Vernon, you're my brother in Christ. He done begged his cousin that sell regular weed to borrow his Dodge Ram. And he gonna ask his cousin to help move too. And ladies so low down, on the second time he help you move, y'all don't even take all the out of that big ass white dresser y'all got. You know that big ass white dresser that you bought when you graduated college? It used to have a mirror, but now I just got the 2 sticks. That bitch is slap full. Vernon and his cousin can't even feel their hands walking down the steps, carrying your Vernon praying out like, Lord, let this woman see that I'm the man for her. And I want to enter into a covenant under your blood, Jesus, with this woman. And I want to... His cousin who sell weed at the bottom of the dresser like, boy, you ain't bitch yet, what? Man, this dress, he just let that bitch go. She don't respect you, cuz. Look at all the that was in the drawer. She got Encyclopedia Britannicas. We don't even need that. We got Google. She got yoga mats.
But if you want to see if you're a brave person, what they call the 4 o'clock in the morning courage, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody's mad at you and your car doesn't work, then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me. The best quality in the world that you can develop is to develop the quality of being unstoppable. Develop the quality of being unstoppable. Say in yourself that no matter what life throws at me, it'll never stop me. No matter how rough it gets, I will never quit. And nothing will ever stop me.
Looks like that's the end of the video. If you learned something new, be sure to hit that like button.